The Bills back at practice today following their first preseason win for the open practice at Highmark Stadium. Defensive coordinator Jim Leonard will speak beforehand for the rest of the week. Wednesday, a travel day to Cleveland. Thursday, they're back practicing for a joint practice versus the Browns, all before duking it out with the Browns for their second preseason game on Saturday. Some roster news from yesterday. The Bills, they've signed linebacker Otis Reese, and they've released fullback Jackson Acker. The Sabres, they've traded forward Steven Sardarian to the Carolina Hurricanes in exchange for future considerations. Around the NFL, Buccaneers head coach Todd Bowles said he's not sure at this time if Emeka Egbuka, dealing with a toe injury, will be available in Week 1. Jets head coach Aaron Glenn said Breece Hall has suffered a strained groin. Saints wide receiver Jordan Tyson, dealing with a hamstring injury, is expected to miss roughly 2 months, reports NFL insider Ian Rappaport. Bears running back Kyle Monangai is expected to miss multiple weeks with a hyperextended knee, per ESPN's Jeremy Fowler. And the Colts, they signed wide receiver Keenan Allen to a 1-year, $8.32 million deal. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fan, WGR.
It's Jeremy White.
World Cup of Joe getting a mention in that open. Was walking out in the bistro area over there. There was a mug that somebody sent to me last year that I had forgotten about, that I just put into. You guys have any mugs here? Or you put them in, there's communal mugs.
The communal mugs.
I have not. I've not contributed to the mug economy in the office here.
There's
not a coffee drinker.
There's a Cup of Joe one.
There is a Cup of Joe one. Okay, so you've seen it already?
I used it over the weekend, yes.
You used it over the weekend.
Yeah, I did, yeah.
I think you're permitted, though.
Yeah.
Right, you
Alt
too.
Joe using the Cup of Joe.
Yeah.
That's fine. I forgot it existed for over a year. I don't really use mugs here. I have my travel mug.
Right.
Yeah.
So I forgot who was on the front of it.
Oh,
There
yeah.
are 3 faces on the front of a mug that somebody sent just to send that says Cup of Joe on it. Oh, and do you know who the 3 faces are? Joe, you would know who the 3 faces
Yes,
are, right?
I do,
I
yeah.
don't, but this is a fun, like, what?
Yeah, take a shot at it.
Joe DiMaggio?
No. They're more Buffalo-based Joes, I'll give you that.
Buffalo-based Joe.
Buffalo Joes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, man. Joe Andreessen?
Joe
Yeah,
Andreessen.
Buffalo Joes definitely gave that away, yeah.
Yeah, I
Good.
just did get that away.
It wasn't even that connection. It was just Buffalo Joe's, and that, I guess it was a subconscious thing. Buffalo Joe's. I can't. I'm blanking. I mean, Sneaky is your face on it?
604.
No Sneaky Joe.
No
Okay.
Sneaky Joe on
That
there.
would have been good.
I mean, you're on the right track with, you're naming a bill to start
yeah,
there.
right. I'm assuming that's the right path to go down, but
Yeah.
It's early. It's 6:04, so I'm not.
Springing this on
is
us.
not
I know
firing.
we're getting the gears grinding here.
Joe Yurden. That's what just popped into my head.
Not
It's
Joe Yurden. Not Joe Yurden.
That's where I'm at right now. I am not fully awake.
Doesn't have to be a player.
Doesn't have to be a player. This is. I know I'm forgetting something easy, and it's just not.
You are forgetting something very easy.
very, very,
like a
very-
Joe Brady.
Yeah,
Joe Brady.
There you go.
Thank you, everyone.
Joe
I
Brady.
appreciate all of you screaming.
Yeah, we
in
need the
your
chat.
radios probably in the Highmark Stadium parking lot right now because I know that opened
Right.
half an hour ago.
Dude, these fans, there's got to be fans down there at 5:30 a.m.
I
right
hope
now, right?
so.
Not a question.
I hope so.
Then the other Joe is Joey Bosa. I would not have made
I
you
wouldn't
get
have
that
gotten to Joey Bosa, I don't think, guys. I'm sorry to say. I barely got to Joe Brady.
Yeah. There likely would be fans down there, I think, right? Like, somebody's got to be down there.
Parking lot's open at 5:30, right?
I don't want to say that I
5:30.
would be a person that would do that because I wouldn't, but I could see how you could get there. If you're a person that hasn't been in the stadium yet and you're like, well, this is the hand we've been dealt. We've got the early morning. Let's do our thing anyways. So we're going to go be there when the lot's open at 5:30 a.m. and
Make it like a game day.
let's go. Let's I don't know. I got to get in the stadium, so here I am.
Yeah.
I would love if we got a call from somebody in that situation right
Yeah.
now.
Do you have if you're tailgating an open practice that begins at 8:30 this morning, would love to hear from you. If you're out in the parking lot right now, maybe it's still dark out, but we're at that time of the year where we come into work now and the sun's not quite up yet. And is that going to be forever soon because of we figured this out on the air, didn't we? The clocks.
It
and
took
where
us a
they're
while.
going to
We
stay.
got there. It would stay how it is now.
Right. So okay. We will.
We'd have early mornings that are bright in the summertime, but it won't be too bad in the wintertime, I don't think. So
Well, if you're out there and you've been out there for 40 minutes, then you've been out there in the dark in the shadow of the stadium that. I don't know if you guys have driven past the stadium at night, but it's not quite like lit up.
Yeah.
But the lights that are I don't know what like those indents that are in the side of the stadium.
Sort of inset lights. And
Inset
just-
lights.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like those are you see those from I see from like the 219 coming down towards Orchard Park. So you'll have that and maybe you're out near the Buffalo statues, those of course get lit up. Mm-hmm. The charging stripe was lit up at the scrimmage.
Ooh. Yes.
I don't know if the Buffaloes themselves were, but you had the charging stripe that was lit up. So
were they breathing smoke yet or no?
I
I know they were testing that. So
not that I saw, but I was not standing there for a very long time, so it could have.
It's possible you missed it.
It definitely could have missed it. So we got a lot to get to today on the show, and it does involve the open practice today at 8:30. The Bills not practicing at St. John Fisher has meant that we don't really get a lot of what's happening on the field and seeing what's happening during these practices. But because it's open today, fans will be there. Sal will be there. We will carry Jim Leonard at 8 o'clock, and we will talk about anything we learn from what we're seeing at practice after it begins at 8:30. Sal's going to join the show at 9 from the stadium. So we'll get your fix on today's open practice a little bit later on. We also are going to hear from Anthony from Cover One. He's going to join the show coming up at 7. All 22 review. He did an episode on Deion Walker and how good he was and what he was doing in Saturday's win over the Panthers. So wanted to get Anthony on. He's going to join the show coming up at 7 o'clock. So, yeah, if you're there and at the game and you want to, not the game, at the practice and you want to call in, feel free. Before we get into, I wanted to get into some injury stuff at the beginning of the show, but Dennis in Blaisdell is ready to go. So let's bring him on. What's up, Dennis? How's it going?
Yeah. Morning, guys. You were just talking about how early the fans were showing up. I took the wife to work at 3:30 this morning. We went by at 20 to 4, and they were in the one parking lot. There was fans getting out of their car. They were dressed head to toe in Mafia, the Bills Mafia garb. They were ready to go. They were hooping and hollering already at 4 cars. There was like 18 or 20 cars lined up.
20 to 4?
It was 20 to 4 when I seen the first fans getting out of their car.
3:40 in the morning. Okay.
Yep.
That is okay. You just drove by? You didn't stop?
No, I had to get back to get ready for my own work. I was just taking the wife to work at 3:30, and 20 to 4, they were already getting out of their cars.
That's insane. Thank you, Dennis, for calling in.
Yeah.
Yeah, if we've got fans tailgating 5 hours before,
I mean, let's go, right?
Well,
Mad respect.
it's Tuesday. Maybe we're
Sure.
taking off.
did you take
anyway.
the long weekend? through Tuesday potentially. Maybe if you're, teachers, you're not really doing anything, right?
Yeah.
Bring your kids, you go early, you make it a crazy thing for them. I feel like that could be fun.
I said this yesterday, and today would qualify just as much. Every day that you can be in that stadium is going to be someone else's first time being in the stadium.
Mm-hmm.
And hey, it's emotional for some people. And there was a lot of that on Saturday walking into the stadium. There was some of that, of course, in the scrimmage the week before, because the new stadium, all the things that are coming with it right now, the grass, and Pequelli and the Bills were talking to John Worrow of the AP about what the state of the grass is, and why they're not really concerned. They were maybe even expecting it to be like this right now, but you have players that are concerned. Like, you have the grass thing that's going on right now. And you, of course, have the obstructed view thing, which I think belittling that is wrong to do. Not that everybody is doing that. And then you have the scoreboard thing. That, to me, is kind of nonsense. That's the one of these that I'm thinking, like, it's not even worth the air that it's
totally agree.
that it's getting, other than if you want to nitpick and not make it like what a terrible decision to, have the scoreboards be so small. No, like, to me, they're fine. You're indoor, you're outdoors also.
Yeah.
Outdoor stadiums don't have as big of the screen. If you want to tell me you think the split on the screen between the replay and the ads and the score should be a little different, I think that's fine.
Yes, agreed. But I think you have to you're not every stadium is going to be like SoFi super spaceship looking screen, and that was just not the choice that the Bills made. In the same way that they made a concession to have some seats be blocked views, they made a concession to have more seats in the place to have not have a giant screen. Mm-hmm. And so you get a better viewing experience directly onto the field, and you give up, 100 feet of LED. And I'd rather take the better looking at the field experience than the replay one. So I think that's another one of these places where you just got to understand that you can't have everything in these new buildings.
Right. So you have that too, but the stadium opening this month, and whether it was the scrimmage, whether it was the first preseason game, whether it's going to be today, open practice, maybe you're not a season ticket holder, this is your first time being in there. Whether it's the regular season opener. I have a friend who does not want to be in the stadium until the regular season opener. Like, I want that to be my first time that I'm in there. And it could also be later in the season. Every game, every event they hold there this year is going to be somebody's first. And I love hearing the stories about people getting emotional walking in, because it's like an exhale for the team. Okay, it's really real that the team is just good, and it's here, and it's staying. And I don't think that should be an excuse for why things aren't always perfect around the stadium. Like, I think if there is a problem, it should be called out. And it shouldn't be, no, you can't complain about nothing, because at one point in time, we thought the team wouldn't stay here. Mm-hmm. But there was a point in time where we didn't think the team would stay here. And that was a constant worry. I grew up in that. As a fan that grew up, during the drought. Like, the first season I remember is 2002 with Bledsoe. Really vividly remember. Not even maybe vividly. I feel like I remember it being a story then. And then every year after that, until the Pagulas purchased the team. Mm-hmm. And then even it got very lowly fired back up when there was, you'd see Pro Football Talk drop a story about how, Austin, Texas is calling about the Bills.
Yeah.
Right? Like, I did not believe that was ever real or a real threat. I was never stressed about that. But, man, they were playing in Toronto at one point, and you just had no idea. And I do think the new stadium should be largely about that. As nice as it is and how incredible the amenities are, it's a symbol of the team is staying here for a long time. And I don't think that should be taken for granted, because if you do go back into the previous decade of the NFL, a lot of teams have moved.
Yep.
Like, it's not been static. The Chargers, San Diego lost the Chargers. Like, that happened. Oakland lost the Raiders.
Yep.
That happened. Like, those two cities, which were not big markets, they're in California, but they were not the biggest markets in the league. They saw their teams leave. And you could have more of that. I mean, I guess in
Absolutely.
the future.
I mean, it's historically always been a thing with the league. The Baltimore lost the Colts back in,
Yeah.
this always has happened, and that's, I think, why it's always been scary here, because it is not a market that would be in the top, like at the top of the list of like, well, a sports team needs to be here. I mean, clearly we don't have basketball or baseball teams. It's just not a market that is necessarily capped at a place that can support that much of that. And the Bills being what they are is unique and special. So yeah, I remember I grew up same as you. Like, I was younger, but it was always like, Bills are kind of like maybe gone at some point here. Like, enjoy it while you have them.
Right. Bon Jovi's going to send them somewhere.
That was my upbringing, was kind of enjoy it while they're here because they might not be here.
Right. And by the way, I forgot about St. Louis. St. Louis, who is suing the NFL and the Rams, they also lost their team. And imagine if I had gone back in time, I jump into a time machine and I go back to 2008 and I tell a Bills fan, hey, I'm not going to tell you who, but in the next 15 years, 3 NFL teams are going to relocate.
Yeah.
You'd be panicking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You'd be panicking about it.
You think you're first on the list?
It's almost it's not incredible, but it is maybe it is incredible that they survived that. LA wanted teams. They got them. Vegas wanted a team. They got one. And the Bills, do they need to get good too? Like, where they were to where they are now, the NFL is so much about money. And a lot of sports is, right? Like, you know, the Lakers are doing a real life Succession story right now because the Bus siblings are fighting about whether to sell the Lakers or not.
Right.
Like, so much about sports is money. But your existence in the biggest club in the country when it comes to sports is going to come down to, well, do you profit? How much money do you make for me?
Yeah.
And whether that's Jerry Jones asking that question, or whether that's Goodell, or whether that's the league as a whole, whoever it is, it's all about money. It always is. And I think the Bills did just well enough. They got good at the right time to where there was a demand for tickets. And I have really wondered in these last 2 years, man, did we just get really lucky that the timing worked out? And that Josh Allen was as good as he was? Like, it's going to be, I think it'll be called the house that Josh built, because don't a lot of stadiums do that?
It's already being called that.
Yeah, Lucas Oil Stadium is called the house that Peyton built, right? Like, it just that's it's a line people throw in a lot of places.
Right.
So it'll be said about Allen. I think it's legit.
Yeah.
I think it's legitimately true because of, man, the number you had to drop to get into the new stadium, and for the Bills to ask that price, pressure from the league, of course, would have come along with that at the outset, and you got to generate the money to keep up with Dallas and these other monster markets that are making billions of dollars, and I don't know that they would have been able to do that if they were still 7-10 every year.
I want to give some credit and space to, like, I think the people here made that possible for them to survive long enough to get to Josh.
Right.
I think that the Bills Mafia, the people here, the community here, how crazy we are about them, even when it was like you're talking about the drought, people still cared and went to games and bought tickets and supported the team. And
the Bills Mafia became like the story in the bad years.
Right. And I don't know that happens everywhere. And I don't know that I would say I know that the team would not have survived without that. And so, as much as it's the house that Josh built, yes, he is the sort of representation of what could come in and sort of keep it all afloat in the end and sort of pull it up out of the rubble. But like, I think I want to say that Buffalo sports fans did a lot of that work before he got here, and should be recognized for that, because it was not an easy team to be a fan of for a long, long time, and people were still fans of the team.
It's a good point, because the attendance never really dropped off big time. I wonder if in football, like, do you get that in places like in hockey? You'll get that, or like, and for the Sabres, like there was a timeline, like pre-COVID, there was a lot of bad years. Yeah. The arena would still mostly fill up. You exit COVID and fans didn't really come back in droves. Like the arena was empty for a couple of years there, and that was understandable and I think deserved. I mean, you're into year 12, 13, 14 of missing the playoffs. The Bills, like 2016, the year before the drought ended, they were 17th in attendance. Right. And that's just total. By percentage, it might even be higher than that. But they weren't at the bottom of the league.
Which is incredible.
Well, that was, I mean, like...
That was 16 years into the playoff drought.
That's unbelievable.
In a town where half the games, you're frozen solid. Who's going to that? No other town, like LA, I'm sorry, San Diego, like, you're not supporting a football team that's that bad for that long to the same degree. That is why Buffalo sports fans are special. To me, it's always been what I've sort of appreciated about this town, is that. Like, that is incredible stuff. Like, loyalty. And just, like, that's good. That's impressive.
Yeah, that is a good point, though, that, like, I saw a chart yesterday from Nielsen, who does all the TV ratings, and like Buffalo's number 1. You'd expect Kansas City's number 2, like the powerhouse football cities in the country when it comes to watching the games. Yeah, like someone needed to be the bridge to get us to when the team is good, and then they can really get into building the stadium.
Right.
Maybe they were waiting for that.
And now you've got those same people that were probably there sitting in a parking lot at 5:30 a.m. waiting to get into the brand new building with the shiny new best quarterback in the league.
Right.
Waiting to go win a Super Bowl.
I just always wonder how did it have to time out perfectly like that all the way through? Like, again, you're making a good point that the fans maybe would have created more of a flexibility there.
Yeah, I think that's what I want to say is, like,
it didn't have to be perfectly timed.
Right.
The way
I don't think the timing was perfect. If the timing was perfect, Allen would have come 4 years into the drought, and like we wouldn't have had 20 years without playoffs. Instead, we had to suffer through 17 seasons.
That I wonder, though.
And keep the team alive.
Yeah, true. I do wonder, though, if... Yeah, maybe. I don't know if the new stadium would have come that early.
No, I don't think new stadium would have, but I think the team would have been healthy enough to...
Yeah.
Not have that story always there. If they were a perennial Super Bowl contender, it's much less likely that you're like, oh, well, they're going to move that team to Austin.
Yeah.
Halfway across the country instead of like,
sure,
this team doesn't matter. No, it did matter. People cared. That's what I'm saying is that people cared too much about him to move him.
Maybe they wouldn't have played in Toronto.
You also had Ralph Wilson for a good chunk of time, very anti-moving the Bills as the owner. So that was, and the Pagulas respected that, right, and put him across the street now. But that was his until March 25th, 2014. Like, that's probably a huge driving force behind them not moving as well.
Yep. It's crazy that we've gotten here. The new stadium today will be Manny's first time. I don't know what attendance is going to be like today.
I have no idea.
I don't know how many tickets were dispersed. We'll see. They went quick when they did, but the idea that the stadium is going to be like packed full today. Maybe it will.
It would be.
It'd be incredible.
It would be amazing even if it's half full. It'll be kind of amazing to me. It's 8:30 on a Tuesday.
8:30 on a Tuesday. 803-0550 is the phone number. We will, of course, get to some on-the-field things. I want to get to the injuries around the league and how insane it is right now across the NFL. The Bills are actually doing relatively well. Like, they're not clean here. We got to Connor McGovern injury to watch. There's a Max Hairston injury to watch, Cole Bishop. But, man, there are some major injuries around the league right now, guys that are out for long term. Let's go to the phones before we hit a break. Ricky in Toronto is first up. What's up, Ricky? Ricky, you there?
You guys were just talking about how this stadium is being referred to as the house that Josh built. I remember growing up and when we built the Midland Arena back then. It was Dom was our goaltender, and they referred to that as the house that Dom built.
Mm-hmm.
And so I just want to bring that up. And everyone's talking about like the seating not being so visible and this with the new arena. In that arena, the jumbotron fell before the arena even opened.
Yes. Yeah.
I will hang up and listen. Thank you very much for taking my call, guys. Have a good morning.
Thanks, Ricky. I do not remember the arena ever being called that, the house that Dom built. I do know about the jumbotron falling in center ice because there was I believe a Buffalo News article with the front page. It said jumbotron, and it's just in pieces all over center ice. Listen, as tough as some of the things might be, like the little things, the nitpicky things at the new stadium, the scoreboard, if you care about it that much, or the grass, nothing as bad as that has happened. The jumbotron crashing to the center of the ice. Yeah, you don't want that. You build a new arena, and that, I'm sure it destroyed the ice immediately. And did it destroy boards? I don't know. I don't remember how bad it was. If you're on hold, stay there. We'll get to you. I want to get some on-the-field things when we come back. So if Larry in South Florida, you hang on hold. We'll get to you first when we return. Anthony from Cover 1 at 7 o'clock. We'll hear from Jim Leonard, his press conference at 8 o'clock before practice. Sal from the stadium at 9. It's Jeremy and Joe. Jeremy off today. This is WGR. Dennis in Blaisdell is ready to go, so let's bring him on. What's up, Dennis? How's it going?
Yeah. Morning, guys. You were just talking about how early the fans were showing up. I took the White to work at 3:30 this morning. We went by at 20 to 4, and in the one parking lot. There was fans getting out of their car. They were dressed head to toe in the Bills Mafia garb. They were ready to go. They were hooping and hollering already at 4 cars. It was like 18 or 20 cars lined up.
20-4?
It was 20-4 when I seen the first fans getting out of their cars.
3:40 in the morning. Okay.
Yep.
That is okay. You just drove by? You didn't stop?
No, I had to get back to get ready for my own work. I was just taking the wife to work at 3:30, and 20-4, they were already getting out of their cars.
That's insane. Thank you, Dennis, for calling in.
Yeah.
Yeah, if we've got fans tailgating 5 hours before.
I mean, let's go, right?
Well,
Mad respect.
it's Tuesday. Maybe we're taking off.
Just take the long weekend through Tuesday potentially. Maybe if teachers, you're not really doing anything, right?
Yeah. I mean,
bring your kids, you go early, you make it a crazy thing for them. I feel like that could be fun.
I mean, I said this yesterday, and today would qualify just as much. Every day that you can be in that stadium is going to be someone else's first time being in the stadium.
Mm-hmm. Bills are back at practice today following their first preseason win for the open practice at Highmark Stadium. Defensive coordinator Jim Leonard will speak beforehand for the rest of the week. Wednesday, a travel day to Cleveland. Thursday, they're back practicing for a joint practice versus the Browns, all before duking it out with the Browns for their second preseason game on Saturday. Some roster news from yesterday. The Bills, they've signed linebacker Otis Reese, and they released fullback Jackson Acker. The Sabres, they've traded forward Steven Sardarian to the Carolina Hurricanes in exchange for future considerations. And around the NFL, Buccaneers head coach Todd Bowles said he's not sure at this time if Emeka Egbuka, dealing with a toe injury, will be available in Week 1. Jets head coach Aaron Glenn said Breece Hall suffered a strained groin. Saints wide receiver Jordan Tyson dealing with a hamstring injury. He's expected to miss roughly 2 months, reports NFL insider Ian Rappaport. And the Bears running back Kyle Monangai expected to miss multiple weeks with a hyperextended knee, per ESPN's Jeremy Fowler. And the Colts, they signed wide receiver Keenan Allen to a 1-year, $8.32 million contract. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Headlines. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fan, WGR.
Hi, I'm Kyle, and I like the Bills' new stadium. I've walked around there. I thought it was wonderful, perfectly fine. There's absolutely nothing wrong with it. It's a stadium that is not made for Instagram. It's made for football. No, it doesn't have the giant halo screen that SoFi Stadium does. No, it doesn't seat 100,000 people like Jerry World does. Those stadiums are reflective of their communities. You can sit down in your seat and you can watch Josh Allen play. It gets so pot-shotted, and people who haven't even been there, who've seen a few grabs on the internet and say, oh, this place sucks. You don't know what you're talking about. It's going to be loud as hell. It's going to be fun. And honestly, I get like a little bit of an eye roller at this point that if a new stadium doesn't have a 50-foot waterfall and an Emerald City and a docking bay for a space shuttle, it sucks on Instagram.
That's Kyle Brandt, all hot and bothered on NFL Network yesterday. So he seems to be upset about, I think there are two different factions right now of all this negativity about the stadium. And one of them is a section of the internet that I tend to ignore. So it doesn't really bother me in the way it sounds like it's really bothering Kyle Brandt, which is the ML football or
Yes.
Dov Kleeman accounts. Like your aggregator, I'm just tweeting to legitimately get that. Mm-hmm. That's it. I don't actually think these things or care about these things. I'm not even maybe a real person.
No, the rage baiters.
I'm just here to generate a reaction like that.
Yeah.
That to me, I just put over there and like don't even pay any attention to it.
That's the healthy thing to do.
Sometimes that's also just like guys in the national media that again like I don't even need to bother.
Heads.
It's become an infectious philosophy, so it's not uncommon, but it is easy to spot if you've got a trained eye.
Yep.
I like to think that us three can see that stuff, see right through it, and
when you see the videos of the scoreboards in 0.5, they're going to look small, right? Like that's
right.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
Stay away.
It's a product of the world we live in on the internet, and and there are some parts of this that are that's the business, and you've got to deal with it, but. There's a lot of incentive to say things that you may not believe or may not be true or may not matter.
For the clicks.
Just to get reactions like you just heard out of Kyle there.
So for your own sanity, just put all that over there and just ignore it and let it sit over there.
Right.
Then the other faction is the one that I think is actually real. Those are people that are paying customers that might have a legitimate gripe.
Sure.
And whether that's 1,000. One of the Bills beat guys I saw this weekend estimated that maybe there were 1,200 seats that could be dealing with some of this stuff, the obstruction, the glass, whatever, in the stadium. Those, if it's 1,200 people, if it's 2,000 people, if it's 800 people, those people are real and have paid a lot of money, and their issues are worth listening to.
Oh, for sure.
But yeah, the other stuff, whatever. Just leave it over there. You'll do a lot for your own sanity.
Probably 60% of the people that have said something negative about the Bills' new stadium on Twitter specifically will never enter the building.
No.
Yeah.
Just the photos.
So what do we care? It's not their place to care about. It's our place. And so,
right.
If the people in our community have issues, those need to be addressed. But otherwise, I think it's just noise.
Open practice today. Gates are open now.
They are.
Right,
Nice.
6:30 for gate. Concessions are open as well. What are we looking at for concessions at 6:30 in the morning?
The Texas
I'm
Twinkie.
very interested. Ooh.
Is Zeus up and running?
At 6:30 a.m.?
Breakfast
Well, it would have had to
sausage?
be
It would have been
running
running last night, probably.
Yeah, overnight, which I guess they could have.
That's
They
a
could've.
thing somebody could have done.
Yeah. A breakfast pizza area, maybe, perhaps?
Ooh,
Potentially.
I bet that there's a big table with
Breakfast stuff.
pizzas.
I'd be into that.
I would bet that happened.
Yeah. I would be.
Your brother
All
wouldn't
these
mind,
new-
though, eating chicken wings at 8 in the morning. So from our previous
Yeah,
conversations, I remember.
famously, my brother will eat anything at any point. Even crab salad at 9 o'clock in the morning. Doesn't care.
Still unbelievable behavior, but
Are we? We'll get to phone calls in one moment here, I promise. We're doing 1 o'clock games now. We're doing 4 o'clock games, Monday night games, Sunday night games, Thursday night games. I wouldn't mind a little more, one morning game a year.
like a 10 a.m. or 11
Give me a
a.m.
9 or a 10 a.m. Bills game.
Yeah. The early window.
I
Once per year.
I would like that.
When I lived in New Mexico, it was 11 o'clock kickoff for 1 p.m. games,
Right.
and that was awesome. It
Right.
was really cool because I would get home. I'd finish my day at the rink if it was an off day on Sunday. Most of the time we had a game on Sunday night, so it was not always like this. But on my off days, it was go to the rink. You'd skate 9 to 10:30. go home and like sit down for football from like 11 to like it ends at like 8 p.m.
Yeah.
So perfect.
Yeah.
It's awesome. So yeah, I don't mind that idea.
I'm very pro that.
I'm jealous of the West Coast sports times, other than Premier League, because it basically boxes out Premier League.
Right.
You got to get up at like 4 o'clock in the morning. 803-0550 is the phone number. Larry in South Florida, first up this segment. Hey, Larry.
Hey, good morning, gentlemen. I have a Bills question, and then I got to ask you a fantasy football question because
Sure.
I'm desperate.
Love it.
So first the Bills. You know, Joe Marino pointed out, and a couple other guys on YouTube pointed out with the film breakdown, Josh dropped back 9 times. He got pressured 5 times, twice by Spencer, twice by Dawkins. I'm a little nervous, to be honest with you, with the play of the offensive tackles. I wanted to get your opinion on that because we opened with Houston, and we remember what Houston's ends and tackles did to Josh that whole game. And so I'm a little terrified for his safety. I still think we're going to beat them because I think our offense is good enough. But more impressively, I think our defense, like Sal said, is super fast. And I think that's going to play a major factor. But I put that question on the chat, and the guy mentioned, yeah, and also the new offensive line coach. I'd love to get your opinions if you guys are nervous. And then my fantasy football question.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm in a keeper league, and my starting running backs are Henry and unfortunately Charbonnet, who's now injured, and I also drafted Benson, but Benson's not going to see action because of Love.
Mm-hmm.
So there's an offer out there for I have the number 8 pick in the draft, which I can stay. I won't get Love. I won't get Price. They'll be gone. But I got a good shot at Denver's running back, Coleman, I believe his name is.
Mm-hmm.
I have a chance there, or the trade is that pick and another guy I got who just sits on my bench for Devin A-Chain, and I'd love your opinion on that.
Thanks, Larry. Quickly on the fantasy question, I would 100% trade the 8th pick in this year in a rookie draft for Devin Achane. This year a first-round pick is like a second-round pick next year. So I would absolutely do that, especially at 8. So I would do that. And the tackles, they did not perform great on Saturday. I wouldn't defend them too much. I mean, Spencer Brown got beat pretty cleanly by Jalen Phillips. Dawkins, maybe once or twice I noticed that happened to him. But I'm not worried about the tackles until you put it in the context of Houston. Because if I take out Houston for a moment, like, am I just worried in general about their offensive tackles because of what Saturday looked like? I'm not. Like, those are stable, sturdy, veteran players that I think you could argue it's the best position group on the team that is not quarterback. I would argue that. I said this the other day and feel even more secure in it after Brandon Thorne, who evaluates linemen all across the league. He came out with his top 100 linemen in the NFL. He also ranked it by position, and he had Spencer Brown as the third, tied for the second best right tackle in football. Second best in the league, only behind Lane Johnson.
Yeah.
And he had Dawkins, I believe, 8th amongst left tackles. So, like, I think Spencer Brown might be the second best player on the Bills. Honestly. Like, if you include the value of the position, I would even further go in that argument. But that guy's been so good for 2 years in a row. And Dawkins has been so good for so long. Last year being called a down year when all of his numbers were tremendous last season.
It's one game people are remembering. It's that Houston game where he was concussed.
Right.
And, yeah.
And that's where, like, I'm not worried about Brown and Dawkins at all. Am I worried about them against Houston? I guess I could say, though, I'd be worried about any tackles against Houston because Houston has the best pass rush in the NFL. So how much of a criticism is it to say, yeah, Brown and Dawkins have got a lot on their plate, and they might not have a clean game when they go up against Will Anderson and Daniil Hunter and now Jadeveon Clowney. Mm-hmm. Like, I don't even know that that's really that much of an insult or a criticism. Most tackle combos in the league, if not all of them, would have trouble with those guys. To me, that's a Joe Brady question. That game, protecting Allen, how you're going to go about it, that's a Joe Brady question. Now, I'd be very curious, and you will not get this from Joe Brady because it would tip his hand of what he's going to do against Houston. I really wonder, what is their plan going to be against the Texans? Because last season, Dawkins was concussed, and Brown, was it a shoulder injury he had in that game, I believe?
Through something,
He was playing through a shoulder injury. He didn't even play the whole game because he couldn't do it. Those two guys were playing, but they were playing injured. Is that going to give Brady reason to say, well, if they were healthy, it would have looked a lot better. So I'm going to trot out there in week 1, and I'm going to trust my guys, and I'm going to say, healthy Dawkins, healthy Brown, you're going to be able to do it. You're going to be able to go one-on-one with these guys and protect Josh. Or, and this is where I would bet Brady will go, are you going to get, we're going to chip a lot more, we're going to leave a tight end in a lot more to block, we're going to keep a running back in at all times. Big day for Ty Johnson in pass blocking situations in week number 1 because we need to give Allen that extra layer of protection. Brady, I remember after that Texans game, sounded like somebody that regretted that he did not adjust during the game to what was happening. But again, even that doesn't confirm, well, the next time he would just go into the game keeping an extra guy in to protect, helping out the tackles. That was more a comment about, well, I wish I adjusted after I realized my tackles didn't have it that day because they were banged up. I don't know. I don't know what you're going to get. My hope would be that they don't go in to week 1 thinking, as good as those two are, they can just win against Hunter and Anderson all day long. I think you got to give them help. They are unbelievable tackles. Both top 10 at their position, arguably top 5. Brown, arguably top 2. But it, to me, is not some insult to them to say, I got to give you help in this game against this team. I might not do it again all year long after that. But in week 1, yeah, I got to make sure that these guys are getting that extra layer of insulation. So I hope that answers your question. I'm not worried with the big picture with them, but I would be with week 1 and how they're going to go about the plan there. 803-0550 is the phone number. We've got Anthony from Cover 1 coming up at 7 o'clock. The Sabres made a trade yesterday. Who wakes up on August 17th and just decides, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to trade for a college hockey prospect for future considerations. Who called who? Carolina must have called, right?
It's got to be Tulski.
Yeah.
It has to be Tulski.
Yarmo's on vacation somewhere.
There's no way Yarmo's shopping this kid.
No.
He's on a beach.
No way.
He's on a beach with a cocktail. He's like, who do you want?
All right.
Sure.
Sure.
I don't even know who that guy is, but okay.
Anyways, when we come back, just a small, like a minute on this Lakers story right now, which is nuts. And then we'll get to Anthony all through the 7 o'clock segment on Deion Walker and what else we saw on Saturday against the Panthers. That's coming up here in WGR. Dennis in Blaisdell is ready to go, so let's bring him on. What's up, Dennis? How's it going?
Yeah. Morning, guys. You were just talking about how early the fans were showing up. I took the White to work at 3:30 this morning. We went by at 20-4, and they were in the one parking lot. There was fans getting out of their car. They were dressed head to toe in Mafia, the Bills Mafia garb. They were ready to go. They were hooping and hollering already at 4 cars. It was like 18 or 20 cars lined up.
20-4?
It was 20-4 when I seen the first fans getting out of their car.
3:40 in the morning. Okay.
Yep.
That is okay. You just drove by? You didn't stop?
No, I had to get back to get ready for my own work. I was just taking the wife to work at 3:30, and 20-4, they were already getting out of their cars.
That's insane. Thank you, Dennis, for calling in.
Yeah.
Yeah, if we've got fans tailgating 5 hours before.
I mean, let's go, right?
Well,
mad respect.
It's Tuesday. Maybe we're taking off.
Did you take the long weekend? through Tuesday potentially. Maybe if you're, teachers, you're not really doing anything, right?
Yeah.
Bring your kids, you go early, you make it a crazy thing for them. I feel like that could be fun.
I said this yesterday, and today would qualify just as much. Every day that you can be in that stadium is going to be someone else's first time being in the stadium.
Mm-hmm.
Notice a rattle in your ducts or a rise in your heating and cooling bills? If you do, give Belknap a ring. 0% financing. The cost of upgrading to a high-efficiency dual-fuel heating system is a breeze. Learn more at belknapheating.com. That's belknapheating.com. Were you guys Succession fans when it was on HBO?
No.
Never did it.
I know the theme song, but I've never seen it.
Great theme song. One of my favorite shows of all time.
It's a good one.
It's a great show and a great theme song. It is literally happening in real life with the LA Lakers.
Yeah, it's also happening in real life with the Rogers family in Canada too.
Is it?
They're having a very similar thing where the kids are bickering about who gets rights to parts of the media company and who's going to sell what, and it's crazy.
That's probably even a bigger deal because that's the biggest media company in Canada by far.
Yeah, it's crazy.
This is one team, but basically the Buss family, all the other siblings voted to sell their remaining stake of the team. And Jeannie Buss, who is the one who is in charge of the team, is saying legally you can't do that.
Oh, man.
So now they're about to go to court.
Here we go.
Here we go.
And now the Lakers are about to be caught up in legal dealings for the next multiple years, probably because of this. So, ugly.
As if the NBA didn't have enough weird legal proceedings happening right now with Kawhi Leonard.
There's another one yesterday, Pablo Torre.
Yeah,
I mean, I guess it's just because there is an endless There was during one of his stories, there was a list of demands Kawhi Leonard made to Toronto to stay there originally, and one of them was like part ownership of the Maple Leafs.
Right.
Which they had to explain to him was not legal.
Right.
Like, you can't actually do that. Like, it's a public company, maybe even, or something.
They're
Like
owned by, I think they're Rogers.
Rogers. Okay, maybe. Toronto Sports and Entertainment. Like, you couldn't.
Yes, but it's...
Yeah, but Rogers. And Kawhi asked for all these things, and the list was joked about like 5 months ago, and now we're learning like, oh, he made the same list of the Clippers, and they just said yes to everything.
Right. They were just like, okay.
All these ridiculous things.
Yeah, right.
You just, sure, take it. Anthony from Cover One, when we come back, how good was Deion Walker on Saturday? And more on the All-22 film review from Bills and Panthers. That's coming up next here on WGR.
Bills are back at practice today following their first preseason win for the open practice at Highmark Stadium. Defensive coordinator Jim Leonard will speak beforehand. For the rest of the week, Wednesday, a travel day to Cleveland. Thursday, they're back practicing for a joint practice against the Browns. And then on Saturday, for their second preseason game, they duke it out with the Browns. Some roster news from yesterday. The Bills, they've signed linebacker Otis Reese, and they released fullback Jackson Acker. The Sabres, they've traded forward Steven Sardarian to the Carolina Hurricanes in exchange for future considerations as well. Around the NFL, Jets head coach Aaron Glenn said Breece Hall suffered a strained groin. Saints wide receiver Jordan Tyson, dealing with a hamstring injury, is expected to miss roughly 2 months, reports NFL insider Ian Rappaport. And Bears running back Kyle Monangai expected to miss multiple weeks with a hyperextended knee. That's from ESPN's Jeremy Fowler. Buccaneers head coach Todd Bowles said he's not sure at this time if Emeka Egbuka, dealing with a toe injury, will be available for Week 1. And the Colts, they signed wide receiver Keenan Allen to a 1-year, $8.32 million deal. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fan, WGR.
Because it's year one for everyone. So, of course, there's going to be some anxiousness going out there, but we was kind of mad that we received the ball first on the defensive side, so that gave us a chip on our shoulder.
That was the Eclipse. Sundown, Dancing Bear, these are all nicknames that came up yesterday that either have been given to Deion Walker or we have tried to get started for Deion Walker. Good morning, it's Jeremy and Joe. Jeremy is off today. We're going to talk more about Deion Walker in a moment. You might be down at the stadium. Saw fans are already lining up. Gates are open. 6:30 they opened up for the open practice today at 8:30. We'll carry Jim Leonard at 8, and then Sal will join at 9 from the stadium. So we'll see what's going on there, and we'll see practice through the eyes of the fans there and through Sal, so we'll know what's happening, and we'll have that coming up in the next hour. Now, though, on the Westher hotline, we go to Anthony Prohaska from Cover One, Disguise Coverage, and you probably know him if you're on Bill's Twitter. Anthony, thanks for coming on today. Excited to chat with you.
Yeah, thanks for having me. I appreciate it.
So, by the way, on Deion Walker, and any nicknames there that you like for Walker?
The Eclipse made me laugh immediately.
All right.
Dancing Bear is good. I feel like that gets used like as a way to just talk about any agile big man. I feel like that's used across like multiple players in leagues. I can't even say the Eclipse without laughing. That's good.
Right. It's the teammates gave him Sundown because of the similar thing. So, you know, that might be some potential there. Well, let's start with him. You did your recent episode of Disguise Coverage on his game on Saturday against the Panthers, and I think there is the preseason pledge, Anthony, which is don't take everything from one game, but we were building towards this, I feel like, with Walker in his rookie season, even before that, if you want, as the draft prospect, and then this offseason. So how impressive to you was Walker's performance on Saturday?
I think he had a strong game. And to your point, I think he's one of the focal players for this season because he's tied into, you know, the scheme change and Jim Leonard, and then there wasn't really a lot of additions made on the interior there, and the whole nose tackle conversation and the run defense from the year prior, and how he fits into that as a rookie last year. So it was easy to kind of have him under the microscope and in the spotlight. And I mean, it's hard to have a better start where first play of the game, he comes out, run stop, and then it just felt like play after play. I thought he was responsible in his assignments. The quickness that he showed, the agility, I mean, the dancing bear reference that you made, just that movement, that quickness at that size, but then also him showing that he can hold up at the point of attack a little bit. There's multiple reps in that game, and I showed him in my episode that you referenced where he's playing, you know, a gap and a half responsibility. He's playing more react attack where he's getting helmet screws on helmet screws of a guard, and he sees the double from the center come in, and he dips his shoulder and changes his surface area a little. So there was a lot to like and get excited about. And Carolina was missing their two starting guards, and it is the preseason, so I'm still not ready to go, full throttle yet with what he could be, but it was an extremely, extremely encouraging start for him within this defense.
Right. The caliber of competition wasn't all the way up for Walker on Saturday. How much, though, like some of those plays that you mentioned, him getting in the backfield around the guards and making plays to stop the run, is that even bigger for you than – I feel like coming into the league, it was the size might make it feel like he's this run plugger that's going to eat up blocks, but that's not necessarily what he was at Kentucky. Do we feel like, though, Saturday he was showing some of that? Like, if they're going to be better against the run, he is going to be a big part of that.
Yeah, 1,000%. If they're going to succeed against the run, Deion Walker is going to be a huge part of it. It's really the interior guys, whether we're talking about the odd front aspect or the even front aspect. I think at this point, we all know Greg Rousseau's a really good run defender off the edge. I think Chubb is in a similar boat. I don't have questions with Hoyt there, even TJ Parker, but it's on the interior, right? Like, can Ed Oliver stay healthy? What are you going to get from Deion Walker? What do you get from TJ Sanders? What do you get from Landon Jackson? Those kind of four from that aspect, whether you don't get interior, odd front, or even front. And I think what Walker was doing on Saturday against Carolina was more of the penetration aspect of his game, which I think we already knew he could do. And you hit it on the head. Him coming out of Kentucky, you see him at the size that he's at, and you think, oh, my God, like this guy is a mountain of a man. He's probably impossible to move. He probably sits and hunkers down. And it's like, no, he is a dancing bear. His game is a finesse game, and I don't mean that negatively. His game is more movement-based and penetration-based. And that's how he did get his run stops in this game. It was, slanting on the second one. It was beating his man and penetrating, quickness off the snap, agility, burst, good get off. I thought he also timed that very well with reading the cadence of the snap with the center, reading the guard's communication to the center, reading the center and timing his get off really well. And I think as we go forward, it is going to be more of, what happens if he gets double teams and guys run at him and they try to get under him and push him and displace him. I still think there's, the questionable aspect there, not necessarily in a bad way, but just because we haven't seen it fully. But I think more of what he did against Carolina was more of the penetration, more of the finesse aspect, while showing some flashes that he can hold at the point of attack, which is really encouraging.
Yeah. Anthony from Cover One is with us on the Wester Hotline. How much does he make you think the Bills don't need to make a big swing for Vita Vea? Mike Garafolo reported over the weekend the Bills had called about Vea. That shouldn't be totally surprising, but that they had called about him. And how different do you see those player styles even being, playing a very similar position?
This one's so tough for me because I personally have loved Vita Vea for so long. I feel like a lot of people have. He's a bit of a unicorn in his own right. Like, he is built like a plugger, and he can play a plugger's role, but he's also very athletic. He gets pressures. He gets in the backfield. He is a bit of a unicorn. In an ideal world, from a financial perspective and a salary cap perspective, I would have preferred them just to get, kind of the run-based plugger rotational guy in free agency on a cheaper deal, have him play behind Deion Walker, but no, you've kind of got that rotational aspect there. Like, I didn't need a top six forward at nose with Deion Walker. I would have taken a middle six or even a bottom six, but I just wanted that role. I wanted that aspect present. But it's hard to not get excited for someone like Vita Vea because he is a unicorn. And what's also nice is if you say you got Vita Vea, you can then take Deion Walker and kick him to that 4-eye spot in some of your odd front looks, or pair them both together because Walker is a penetration guy, and you can be in your even front stuff, and Vita Vea can be at the 1-tech or be at a shade, and Deion Walker can be at the 3. And if you really want to get crazy, you can start to tap into some of the stuff they did with him at Kentucky, which has moved him all around the line, where he's lined up on the outside shoulder of a tackle or sometimes even wider. I don't think it's a complete necessity. I would still like to see that role present, whether it was, more of a depth guy or a top-tier guy like Vita Vea. I just think it gives them so much more flexibility in terms of how offenses are going to attack them.
Right. That 4-eye spot, by the way, I thought it was interesting on Saturday that Landon Jackson got as much run as he did. I don't know how you've seen that position going into the year, but I was not thinking – I thought Jackson would be a rotational piece, but not maybe the first guy that would be out there.
It's interesting because he played some of that role at Arkansas in college. Granted, it was a bit different because he's playing it at Arkansas, but you're facing more spread offenses in college. So it is a 4-eye from that alignment, but you're not necessarily getting the run looks and the run concepts that you're going to see in the NFL. But he has familiarity in that aspect, and that plus his play style, I thought this move could actually suit him better than what he was in Sean McDermott's defense. And part of this for me comes from I don't like guys that are high cut like him, and that plus some of the questions with his lower body flexibility. I wondered what he could be at edge. But this is a dude that likes to play physical. He's mean. He's long. He's violent. He's got some experience at that 4-eye spot. So as soon as Leonard came in, I said it early on in like February, I was like, this might really help Landon Jackson because he can kick into that 4-eye. And then his only competition there, competition in quotes, is really, TJ Sanders. But this is a whole new world for TJ Sanders. And so I thought Jackson kind of had the leg up from an experience standpoint and then from the play style standpoint as well. And one of those guys needs to lock that spot down because you cannot have that spot can't be a hole. Otherwise, your odd front looks are going to be really questionable. So it's nice to see him feeling comfortable and getting some burn there, and we'll see if he can stick with it.
Yeah. Learning all these new positions, by the way, with the Bills this year. Like, would you call Ed Oliver the same position as those guys right now? Listening to your episode yesterday, like when they're in their eagle front, as you called it, like maybe they're in the same, but in other spots they're not? Or would you say they are kind of the same position?
Yeah, it depends on how they're going to align. The eagle front reference you made, so it's very similar to, Jim Leonard's defense at Wisconsin was a tight front. So you had that zero tack, that nose tackle right on the center, and then your two, defensive ends, quote unquote, were each at a 4-eye, so that inside shoulder of the tackle. Mm-hmm. The eagle front, you essentially just pull the nose into more of a 1-tack, so he's in a shade, and then you grab the other 4-eye and put him in a shade on the outside shoulder of the guard, so at a 3-tech spot. That is where Ed Oliver has lived before. We know that, 3-tech in Sean McDermott's defense. But because you are in the odd front, there can be a difference from a spacing standpoint and responsibility standpoint. I would kind of bucket all of them together. Like I'd kind of blanket call them the 4-eyes or the 3-4 defensive ends anytime. And so I do think it's Ed, Sanders, Landon Jackson. Let's throw Zane Durant in there as well. That's kind of what you're looking at those, the quote unquote 4-eyes from the out front. And then once you get into the even stuff, it's regular stuff we've seen from the previous years.
Anthony from Cover One with us on the Western Hotline. Also from Saturday, Anthony, and big picture too, I'm very interested in how the secondary is going to shape up here. And they're dealing with some injuries there, which of course is also giving opportunity for like Igbinosun to play and Walker and others. What did you see from Saturday? I felt like your feed, it was defensive back after defensive back making a really strong play. That could say a lot about Jim Leonard too, but how good of a day was it for that position group, do you think, against Carolina?
I thought it was a good day, mainly from a mental standpoint and a coach reflection standpoint. There were a couple miscommunications, which I not to give it a pass, but you chalk that up. It's the first game. It's a new system. Things happen. But more often than not, you were seeing from the first teamers, the second teamers, the third teamers, like top to bottom, you were seeing everybody relay checks and relay communication. We're getting motion from Carolina that's changing from changing the offense from a 3-by-1 to a 2-by-2 or a 2-by-2 to a 3-by-1. We're getting multiple aspects of that. We're getting resets, and you're watching, Christian Benford and the guys on the first unit communicate that and relay that. But you're also getting that from like Toriano Pride down with the third teamers and him and Jordan Hancock communicating with each other in the second half, pre-snap, post-snap. It got me really excited for what this defense could be and what I hoped it would be under Jim Leonard. And you expect with his pedigree, his knowledge, what he's been, and the position he played and how hands-on he is with the DBs, I expected them to do well, and their performance in week one definitely did not do anything to push me off that.
Overall on the defense Saturday, how much do you feel like Leonard showed? Like how vanilla was it versus like this is some of the stuff we're actually going to see in the regular season?
I think pretty vanilla. We didn't get a lot from 5-man pressure packages. We didn't get a lot from creepers or simulated pressures, which is still, 4 down rushes. You're just changing, dropping a traditional rusher and bringing a non-traditional rusher. We didn't see a lot of, attacking the formation or playing certain rules. We didn't see a lot of the matchup stuff or him kind of get in his bag. I think we saw some breadcrumbs towards, what kind of coverages he may lean into or what some checks might be. That's one thing I'm going to continue to look at. If teams switch from a 3-by-1 to a 2-by-2 or vice versa, do we continue to see the same calls? That could be something to tie into. But I think as far from like a creativity standpoint or what else does he have in the bag, I think we haven't even scratched the surface yet. I think he's going to keep a lot of that close to the vest and then wield that throughout the regular season. But also because he is so matchup based, that could also fluctuate week to week. We could see stuff in week 1 against the Texans that's really creative. We might not see that again until like week 7 or 8 because he's so matchup focused.
Anthony Paraska from Cover One with us. All right, let's fill our wide receiver quota on the show here with you. It felt like a good day on Saturday for many guys. DJ Moore was obviously the headliner. I was very interested, Anthony, in where Coleman was lining up, though. Like, we saw a lot of slot snaps for him. He was in motion. And, like, Shakir, too, like, it felt, I don't know, like, different in some ways than what I feel like we were accustomed to last year with that group. And that's not even, again, talking about how good DJ Moore was.
Yeah, 1,000%. I think even with Shakir right away, my favorite rep of his, it's a slot formation. So you've got the 2 tight ends to the right, and then Shakir's in the slot to the left. And I forget who the receiver is outside of him, but Carolina's in base. And so it essentially puts Shakir in the slot one-on-one with one of Carolina's linebackers, and it's play action. He's going. I run it over. He just turns inside out, back out towards the side, and is wide open. And I play a message for him to see that slow down field, work at the intermediate. And Keon, funny, I was one of my biggest for the receiver, and this is probably so.
Hey, Anthony, I'm going to cut you off here. We're going to try to reconnect with you really quickly. The play Anthony was describing, though, about Shakir there, I also noticed that immediately, which was Shakir against a linebacker. If you ever get that matchup, that's when the guy looks like, okay, he can run any route down the field, and you're not going to be able to cover him. At least not with that linebacker. Maybe there's like a couple in the league. Maybe if it's Fred Warner. But for the most part, so much of the league is also that these days, like McVay. I feel like McVay's whole trick is actually I'm just going to do everything designed to get my receiver against your linebacker. And if I can do that, then I'm going to throw for 400 yards in a game, or Cooper Kupp is going to go for 2,000 yards. So you did see some of that from Shakir on Saturday, and Joe Brady, again, getting that as a matchup. And you need them to be in base, right? You need them to be in 3 linebackers to make that even easier. So I thought really strong day from the receivers overall. Moore, of course. We didn't talk a ton about him yesterday, even though he was maybe the best part of the day for many.
It was very exciting, that's for sure. But isn't it maybe just because that's been the story the whole time?
That's where I'm at.
It's just like, okay, that's just what they've been doing, so what do you know?
Yeah.
I think it's a lot of people probably just want to see it happen in the regular season before they get too excited. I know that's kind of how I'm feeling.
Yeah. I mean,
I love the idea, but
I'm willing to get excited about him because he's a veteran.
Right.
And I heard Matt Hasselbeck on this yesterday talking about how much easier it can be for a quarterback and a veteran receiver to get on the same page immediately versus a rookie and a veteran quarterback. So there was some of that as well. Anthony, back here on the Western Hotline. We lost you a little bit in there, Anthony, but going through that Shakir rep and him one-on-one with a linebacker.
Yeah, it was just great to see him get put into a mismatch creation situation. It stems from the personnel the Bills were in, how Carolina chose to match it, and then where they align Shakir. Mm-hmm. And Shakir's usage, Keon Coleman's usage, Josh Palmer's usage, so much of it obviously comes from a pass standpoint, but I also think something that's interesting to note, and we started to see a little bit of it in this first game against Carolina, but who do they choose to fill the Mac Hollins run blocking role and the Tyrell Shavers, I guess, from last year run blocking role? That receiver who is going to get a bunch of snaps, who's going to be close hipped off the tight end, close to the formation, that person who's inserting and blocking on duo, but is also used in the pass game. In theory, Keon Coleman would be the guy for that with his size and frame and physicality. And Shakir last year showed that he could block a little bit. And so if you get both of those guys on the field with their blocking ability and then some of the pass catching stuff, it really starts to open up. And I think it gives Coleman a strong opportunity to succeed. And that's how we started to see him used more against Carolina, combined with getting some slot reps. So instead of just, like you alluded to, instead of just putting him outside one-on-one as the X, they got him into some more advantageous situations where you can play off of his skill set and not have to put him in isolated spots.
Isn't he really the only guy that makes a lot of sense for who they would want to be that guy? Because or are they trying to make Palmer into that? Palmer has been so injured throughout his career and the frame isn't quite the same. So I guess it could be him, but I've bet all along that guy, they want that guy to be Coleman at least.
Yeah, I would agree. I think they want that guy to be Coleman just from an investment standpoint as well. Granted, they paid Palmer a decent chunk of change, but they feel more committed to Keon. And if you are looking at both guys, this isn't to say, Palmer isn't a willing run blocker or is a slouch in that regard. But yeah, Keon Coleman is, part of his appeal coming out was this receiver who is like a power forward at the receiver spot and can go up and dunk on corners and so on and so forth. And you would like that to also translate to the run game. You've got this big-bodied, thicker receiver. He should be able to mash corners, mash nickels, mash safeties, even maybe provide some physicality towards some regular box players like an outside linebacker at times. And you look at exactly like you said, how he's built and how Palmer's built, you would think that advantage should be with Keon Coleman, given his stature, given his play style, given his frame.
Last thing for you, Anthony, before we let you go. I got a caller in the first hour asking about the tackles struggling on Saturday against Carolina and relating that to the opener against Houston. And my attitude was basically, I'm not going to be worried about these two after a preseason game. I would be worried about Houston no matter who I was. And given what we saw last year, do you expect Joe Brady and the Bills to do it totally different? How they protect Allen, how they deal with Hunter and Anderson in that game? Or I guess the only way they wouldn't be different is if Brady just thinks they were both hurt in that game, and if they were healthy, then it would have went better than it did.
That's the exact question. Does he still feel, Spencer Brown had one arm last year, and that caused a huge problem off the right side, or does he play it off to that? Or does he have an adjustment? I think we'll see more of an adjustment. We started even, again, not to pull too much from the Carolina game, but seeing more formations in this Carolina game where you've got the running back and the tight end hipped off of each tackle, and they're chipping the edge players and then releasing out into the flat or over the middle as kind of outlets or check down options. I think we'll see more of that worked in. Joe Brady, at the end of the day, wants to get as many people out into the route distribution as possible. He wants to get 5 out. So if he can just do 5-man protections, he will do that. But he doesn't have to get to it outright. He can use the tight ends and the backs to chip help a little bit, jam some guys up off the edge. I think we'll see that mixed in against Houston. And then based on how we get some kind of one-on-one, some true one-on-one sprinkled in, he'll play it off that. I don't think he's going to come out and just feed him to the wolves and see what happens. He's got to have some kind of additional protection plan because they're just so good.
You can follow him on Twitter at pro_Anthony, pro_Ant, and then you can find this guy's coverage on the Cover One channel on YouTube. Thanks, Anthony, for joining. Love the chat, and we'll catch up soon.
Thank you so much for having me. I appreciate it. Have a good one.
You too. All 22 review. We'll do a little of that with Joe Marino also tomorrow. Let me check in with Joe. He's going to be joining us, Wednesdays throughout the year. So do that. And practice is about an hour away. And we do have fans starting to enter the facility. I know that because I have one buddy who is inside the stadium right now, and it's his first time in the stadium. And the pictures of it's not quite a sunrise over the stadium, but you see the day starting to be, the sky is starting to brighten up over the stadium as you go hour by hour. The Bills releasing these pictures. It looks nice. I'm jealous. Just go down to the stadium, little morning football, Again, someone tell me what's going on with the concessions down there. I want to know if we got like specific breakfast options. Or are we eating nachos at 7:30 in the morning? Not like breakfast nachos.
I could see some breakfast real nachos?
You could do breakfast nachos,
You could
I
easily
guess.
do breakfast nachos. Cheese, egg, sausage, bacon.
That sounds good.
Is that going to be on tortilla chips though?
Yeah, why not? You eat breakfast burritos, don't you? That's a tortilla.
Yeah.
Just a crunchy tortilla.
Good point.
It's a breakfast taco nacho.
Exactly.
It's really all it is. It's
Yeah.
not that crazy. Honestly, stunning to me. I've never seen something of that like.
I think we need to get it going
I think maybe
somewhere.
we've come up with something here. Can we delete this from the archives here?
Get it
Can we
off the
dump
air.
this segment before we lose our idea?
I guess it could already been taken. I mean, it could just be down at the stadium right now.
There's definitely somebody that has breakfast nachos somewhere out there.
Mm-hmm. Our own Brayton Wilson had something over the last day or so that Andre Reed's number 83 being retired might be in the works.
Yeah. I saw Sal said that he heard some rumblings about that as well.
Okay, right. Andre Reed is the Bills' all-time leading receiver by how many yards?
Oh. Man, it's gotta be.
You want me to give you his number?
Sure.
His number is 13,095. How much does that lead second place by in Bills history?
2,000 yards.
I'd say like 3,500.
4,000.
Oh,
3,999. But 4,000 yards.
Molds is second, right?
Molds is second. And then Lee Evans is third at 5,900.
Right. Wow.
I guess I could ask this on the other side. How crazy is it to say, I don't think it's crazy because I kind of believe it, that Diggs is the best receiver in Bills history? It has to be Reed?
I think probably. I mean, I wasn't alive, so I don't know. But
I'm with you there.
I mean, the numbers are pretty staggering. The success is pretty staggering. It's
How long was Andre Reed with the Bills?
16 years. 15 years.
15 years.
A decade and a half.
Think of Diggs, if he kept up the production, even dipped a little bit, like it probably would be.
I don't want to imagine that the guy did the thing when the other guy did the thing.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
I can't get to like, well, imagine if Diggs had stayed good for longer. Like, he didn't. Reed did. So Reed's better.
Reed, and this is going to come from somebody that did not watch him live, he was really good for a really long time. You could apply this debate to any sport or Hall of Fame debate or anything you want. Peak versus longevity. Mm-hmm. Reed was really good for a really long time. Diggs was arguably the best in football for a 4-year period. I mean, it is, again, 15 years to 4 years, but 1,000-yard seasons, it's 4-4.
Yeah.
I don't know. He's
4-4.
I think you have to speak to the natural evolution of the position too. That
Right.
like Babe Ruth and Aaron Judge are not going head to head, right? And that's a longer gap. Don't get me wrong, but
I don't know though that I want to give Era as a bonus. I mean, Reed got 155 targets in '89 from the Bills, like 126, 145. Like the Bills were chucking the ball around.
But
they also had Thurm on top of that at that point, which would be like the league was a running league,
right?
And he still did that.
Wouldn't that speak to Reed's really special if he's demanding that many targets in that
modern
era?
Yeah,
like I love Diggs. He's the only Bills jersey I've ever owned. I love Diggs. I really, he's like my favorite guy. But I think Reed has to be better.
All right,
he's one of the pioneering receivers for the modern era.
I don't know that
receiver.
I want to fight about this today. Maybe next July.
4 Super
fight
Bowls.
about this.
I don't know.
When are they? I mean, when would they retire? Would they retire it before the new stadium? Like
it could be during the
opening game, maybe.
It could be during the year.
Is that the halftime thing they've secured? They just haven't told anybody.
No, I think that's probably going to be like a real
I know.
performance.
Yeah.
At least I would imagine.
Mm-hmm. Nobody wants to argue for molds here.
Love molds, but
Not quite.
No, what would be the defense? I mean, because
Didn't have enough a good quarterback to.
if you're going for, you also could split it. You could say who's the best receiver in Bills history versus who was the best receiver to play for the Bill. I don't need to go this. Diggs played at a higher level to me than any Bills receiver ever has.
I don't disagree with you.
But you also could say that and still say, I guess Reed is the best receiver in team history.
Yeah, he did it for longer, better,
a lot longer.
Yeah,
triple,
like 3 times as long, and went to 4 Super Bowls.
Mm-hmm.
And did well in the Super Bowls, if I'm not mistaken. Him, specifically, he was pretty good. I may need to brush up on my history.
I'll give it to you here.
10 years before I was
Reed
alive.
in the 4 Super Bowls. No, you're right. Against the Giants, 8 for 62.
Okay.
Against Washington, 5 for 34. Against Dallas, 8 for 152.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay.
And then against Dallas, 6 for 75.
Those are good days aside from the second one, I would say.
The comeback game, of course, 8 for 136 and 3 touchdowns.
Right.
That might be better than Diggs' entire playoff career for the Bills.
Yeah,
right.
The playoffs is a good
and that was with a backup quarterback.
Playoffs makes this a plus in Reed's column.
What's Diggs' biggest moment in the playoffs? Watching the confetti or dropping the pass?
Well, here, right, it would be one of those two.
That's it. Yeah, right. He has
Minnesota.
the Minnesota Miracle, but
that wasn't here.
Minneapolis Miracle. Whatever.
No, Minnesota, you're right. I believe.
Did he have? He had 3 big games in the first playoff run, and then it was not much after that.
Mm-hmm.
Anyways, Reed's number will be retired. Diggs' number will never be retired, I would assume, by the Bills. Maybe there's a Hall of Fame or not Hall of Fame, a Legends Circle conversation down the road, but not number retired.
There's 12 empty plaques.
We know that it's exactly 12.
Someone tweeted that out and said it says reserved for greatness on them.
Interesting. I wonder if they have 12 in mind already for that. Sal's got some pictures from the stadium right now. Very curious to see how many people are going to be in there. It's already starting to fill up. Open practice. We'll hear from Jim Leonard coming up in the 8 o'clock hour. Sal will join the show at 9 o'clock. It's Jeremy and Joe. Jeremy off today. This is WGR. Hey, it's Sneaky Joe here. If your sink is backing up, what did you see from Saturday? I felt like your feed, it was defensive back after defensive back making a really strong play. That could say a lot about Jim Leonard too, but how good of a day was it for that position group, do you think, against Carolina?
I thought it was a good day, mainly from a mental standpoint and a coach reflection standpoint. There were a couple miscommunications, which I not to give it a pass, but you chalk that up. It's the first game. It's a new system. Things happen. But more often than not, you were seeing from the first teamers, the second teamers, the third teamers, like top to bottom, you were seeing everybody relay checks and relay communication. We're getting motion from Carolina that's changing from changing the offense from a 3-by-1 to a 2-by-2 or a 2-by-2 to a 3-by-1. We're getting multiple aspects of that. We're getting resets, and you're watching, Christian Benford and the guys on the first unit communicate that and relay that. But you're also getting that from like Toriano Pride down with the third teamers, and him and Jordan Hancock communicating with each other in the second half. Pre-snap, post-snap. It got me really excited for what this defense could be and what I hoped it would be under Jim Leonard. And you expect, with his pedigree, his knowledge, what he's been, and the position he played and how hands-on he is with the DBs, I expected them to do well. And their performance in week one definitely did not do anything to push me off that.
Tackle him. They don't want to cover him. Did you see the smile on Josh Allen's face when he gets asked questions about DJ Moore? He's like, yeah, this is the guy. I want to get it to him early and often. Like, he's a weapon. He's a problem for people. They're going to be a really, really fun offense. I think DJ Moore is going to be great for Josh Allen. It's such a good thing for the Bills. In a weird way, this could be a win-win situation for the Bears and the Bills. But if I had to give the win to somebody, I like this for the Bills a lot.
Matt Hasselbeck loves the DJ Moore signing. He was the first and maybe the only person I've heard say that the Bears made a mistake by getting rid of DJ Moore. I mean, nobody has had that. The Bears have a lot of good, young, talented weapons that are dealing with some injury questions now.
Right.
I mean, Luther Burden's got an injury.
Yeah, but people like him to lead the league in receiving this
Right.
year. So yeah,
well,
them making a mistake on that is not one that I've heard before. I appreciate the off the beaten path take.
Yeah,
I suppose.
Moore is, I mean, the further and further away we get from the trade, the more it feels like it doesn't matter as much.
Hurt that bad.
It
right.
will feel like it matters again if he doesn't perform but everything's trending towards he will perform. But if he didn't, that will always be there.
Yeah.
You paid a second-round pick when they were maybe going to cut him.
Yeah, that's...
But if he's great, no one cares.
No.
Yeah.
Of course.
And that doesn't mean that it was a good deal.
Right.
But
the fact is still you paid a second when they were probably about to cut him. Whether he's goes on to be an all-pro this year or whether he gets cut.
Right.
That's the deal that you made, and it's probably not the most efficient, but you paid the price you felt you had to pay to get a player you wanted. So
Yeah, they got a 5th-round pick back for it, too. You know what I mean? Like that definitely, that evens it out.
I mean, but I agree with you. You should not take into account what actually happens here when you're thinking about just the raw, was the trade a fair one? When you look at the price paid and the player acquired, that you should disconnect what happens from now on. It should just be what did you pay for, and what is it worth? And it was probably not worth what you paid for it. But
no, it wasn't. But you can make it worth what you paid for it after the fact. That does not, again, mean it was a good deal.
Exactly.
But it can mean it will help your team, and
sure.
I think that probably should come first. But
Right.
you don't want to do that too much.
You're
right?
not trying to win trades. You're trying to win games.
Right, exactly. Yeah, that's the right way to put it.
That's what you need to do.
Let's go to the phones, and the practice is not quite started yet, but I'm seeing a lot of images from the stadium, so fans are in there. Let's go to Brad in PA. What's up, Brad?
Joe, good morning. Hey, I'm going back to this Deion Dawkins story of last year. I personally believe that Houston game, he had to be hurt. Let's look at the Cleveland game. We know Myles Garrett was great last year. Now, I pulled these numbers off Next Gen Stats. So in that game, Myles Garrett rushed the passer, Josh Allen, against Deion Dawkins 18 times. He had one pressure. He did have half a sack, but if I remember correctly, I was telling the other Joe that if I remember correctly, that sack was when Josh fell down there near the goal line.
And Garrett didn't even touch him. Like, it was after the play. Like, the Browns gave him half a sack because they were trying to get him to the record.
Right. So Deion Dawkins is still elite, and I think he's got a lot to prove this year, and I think we're going to see this guy come out and he's going to dog out. And I know that people said he had an off year last year, and for him, maybe he did. But he can still be elite because if you're holding Myles Garrett to those numbers, unreal. But I'll hang up and listen, Joe. Thanks for taking my call. Have a good one, buddy.
Yeah, thanks, Brad. I have also believed that the Dawkins had a down year idea was over-exaggerated and maybe even flatly false. That doesn't mean you also couldn't want him to get into a different shape because you might want to do more things. There might be pulls that you want to make with him or get him out on a screen that you don't feel as comfortable with if he's not, in the shape that he's in right now. But, man, so hard for me to ignore the numbers on Dawkins, and I didn't even know that about the Garrett game. I'll take your word for it. One pressure on 18 matchups with Myles Garrett in their game late in the year. The one that I always go to is also at Next Gen Stats, but that Dawkins had the 7th lowest pressure rate allowed by any tackle in the NFL last year with at least 200 pass block snaps. And he had the 3rd lowest pressure rate when one-on-one, and he was one-on-one more than anybody else in football. He was left on an island as much as anybody. And he was 3rd best when he was. That's an elite tackle season. It just is. That's an elite tackle season. Could you also want him to drop however many pounds because you want him to run out in space more often? Sure. But he did not have a bad year. However, the Bills have not committed to him further financially this year. They had an ability to clear cap space. They have not. And now, if they really wanted to, they could get out of it after the year. I don't think we'll get there, but
they do have that flexibility. If you're on hold, stay there. We'll get you coming up in the next segment. We've got Jim Leonard coming up at 8 o'clock and practice at 8:30. It's Jeremy and Joe here on WGR. Well, let's start with him. You did your recent episode of Disguised Coverage on his game on Saturday against the Panthers, and I think there is the preseason pledge, Anthony, which is don't take everything from one game, but we were building towards this, I feel like, with Walker in his rookie season, even before that, if you want, as the draft prospect, and then this offseason. So how impressive to you was Walker's performance on Saturday?
I think he had a strong game. And to your point, I think he's one of the focal players for this season because he's tied into, the scheme change and Jim Leonard, and then there wasn't really a lot of additions made on the interior there, and the whole nose tackle conversation and the run defense from the year prior, and how he fits into that as a rookie last year. So it was easy to kind of have him under the microscope and in the spotlight. And I mean, it's hard to have a better start where first play of the game, he comes out, run stop, and then it just felt like play after play. I thought he was responsible in his assignments, the quickness that he showed, the agility, I mean, the dancing bear reference that you made, just that movement, that quickness at that size, but then also him showing that he can hold up at the point of attack a little bit. There's multiple reps in that game, and I showed him in my episode that you referenced where he's playing, a gap and a half responsibility. He's playing more react attack where he's getting helmet screws on helmet screws of a guard, and he sees the double from the center come in, and he dips his shoulder and changes his surface area a little. So there was a lot to like and get excited about. And Carolina was missing their two starting guards, and it is the preseason, so I'm still not ready to go, full throttle yet with what he could be. But it was an extremely, extremely encouraging start for him within this defense.
Dennis in Blaisdell is ready to go, so let's bring him on. What's up, Dennis? How's it going?
Yeah. Morning, guys. You were just talking about how early the fans were showing up. I took the white to work at 3:30 this morning. We went by at 20-4, and they were in the one parking lot. There was fans getting out of their car. They were dressed head to toe in the Bills Mafia garb. They were ready to go. They were hooping and hollering already at 4 cars. It was like 18 or 20 cars lined up.
20-4?
It was 20-4 when I seen the first fans getting out of their car.
3:40 in the morning. Okay.
Yep.
That is okay. You just drove by? You didn't stop?
No, I had to get back to get ready for my own work. I was just taking the wife to work at 3:30, and 20-4, they were already getting out of their cars.
That's insane. Thank you, Dennis, for calling in.
Yeah.
Yeah, if we've got fans tailgating 5 hours before.
I mean, let's go, right?
Well,
mad respect.
It's Tuesday. Maybe we're taking off.
Did you take the long weekend through Tuesday potentially? Maybe if teachers, you're not really doing anything, right?
Yeah.
Bring your kids, you go early, you make it a crazy thing for them. I feel like it could be fun.
I mean, I said this yesterday, and today would qualify just as much. Every day that you can be in that stadium is going to be someone else's first time being in the stadium.
Mm-hmm.
Quick phone call, then we'll get to Jim Leonard. Bill and Webster. What's up, Bill?
Morning, gentlemen. How we doing?
Good. Thanks for calling.
I'll make this quick because I know you guys
Go ahead.
are against it. But having seen Stephon Diggs and Andre Reed, aging myself, unfortunately, Andre Reed, hands down, best receiver in Bills history. You guys need to take time and find some highlights. The guy didn't draft anything in an era where they didn't pass the ball a ton. And even the Bills were more passing at that time than most teams. But with Thurman, but Andre Reed, I mean, almost 1,000 yards over a 15 years career.
Mm-hmm.
He's definitely not way better than Stephon, but he was better than Stephon. With Josh today, playing in today's game, he would have been Jerry Rice numbers. It would have been ridiculous.
Thanks, Bill, for the call. That's where it's like he did play for a team that threw the ball all over the place. And, I think, if you're talking about Reed being the best receiver in Bills history, one, I think you're in the majority. And two, the stadium will answer to that because his number's probably going to be retired at some point here. He has the accolades. I mean, he's in the Hall of Fame, 2 second-team All-Pros, 7 Pro Bowls, 4 1,000-yard seasons. Although that one in 15 years might not come off as great. But whatever. I don't think the era is killing him statistically. He had 150. He had 5 seasons in a row with 100 targets. Then he had a year where he only had 88. And then back to 145. And then he was hurt for a year. And then 3 more seasons with 100 targets. He got thrown the ball a lot. It wasn't just because, he played in an era where they only ran the ball. He played on a team that threw the ball like crazy. I think if you're saying Reed, it's because of playoff production and longevity while being great throughout that longevity. My argument for Diggs would just be, and I don't think you would say this about Reed, maybe that's unfair to him because Jerry Rice existed. But the argument I make for for Diggs is for 4 years he was the best receiver in football. He was at least one of the couple names in that debate. And I'm not sure Reed ever was. And I'm a guy who likes to, I don't like my Frank Gores in my Hall of Fames. I'd rather have my guys that were the best in the sport for a 5-6 year period than pretty good for 20. Not saying that's what Reed was. Reed was great for 15 years. Jim Leonard, when we come back, Bills defensive coordinator meeting with the media shortly before open practice at Highmark Stadium. That's next. We go now to Highmark Stadium. Bills defensive coordinator Jim Leonhard meeting with the media.
He's a young guy that's playing with a lot of confidence, right? That's the number one thing. Jay Valai had a good relationship, right? Coached with him at Oklahoma. He's a technician, right? Like, he's one of those guys that takes that very serious. He knows who he is. Like, he's very self-aware of his ability, like what he can and can't do. So anytime you see young guys like that, they learn, right? They make mistakes, they learn, they grow from it. That's the biggest thing with him. He's still got a long ways to go, but at the same time, you're seeing a pretty high level of consistency in what he's doing. Yeah, I think that's the first thing is the aggression, the play speed. They were flying around, simple preseason 1 game plan. So put it in their hands, let them communicate it, and go make plays. And didn't do a lot to help them, right? Just a little bit of movement and things like that. But for the most part, just core things within the defense and just wanted to watch them go compete and run around. And as I mentioned last week, go tackle. I thought we tackled pretty well. And obviously, to get in a 2nd and 1 situation and work our way out of it, get a 3 and out, that was fun to see. But long ways to go. We got a lot to improve on, but at the same time, for them just to have a taste of success here early, hopefully we can build off that.
What are some of the advantages calling plays on the sideline, or why do you prefer?
It's what I've always done. I'm actually going to go up this week, right, and do the opposite here, flip in Cleveland and see how that feels. I've primarily been on the sideline my whole career. In college, was down there every game. Was a handful of games I was up in the box last year in Denver, but just feeling the emotion, kind of the direct communication and conversations you can have and not have to play the telephone game a little bit. I've always enjoyed that as a coach, as a player as well. But at the same time, it might be right for me to go up and have that vantage point and be able to see it from there. So going to feel out both sides here in the preseason and then make the decision going into the regular season.
What has Landon Jackson done from the beginning of camp where he was with the 2 and 3s of Saturday he was with the top defense? What has he done between camp and now to kind of earn that spot?
I think you'd see the confidence growing, right? In the offseason was a little bit limited to start, just coming off the injury. And obviously new scheme, new position. And when he came back to camp, you saw him own it, right? Like, this is what I am, this is who I am, and he's continuing to grow. That was a big part of the evaluation last week was get out there and let's see what he's able to do with that first group, and was excited for some of the things he did. I'm sure he'd have a different critique of himself because he's hard on himself, but that's the number one thing with Landon is just playing with confidence and trusting his ability and trusting the physicality he has.
What's the checklist look like for a joint practice for you and defense? Things that you want to make sure you're getting?
Number one is the physicality, right? You're going against somebody else that always, lifts the intensity of a practice. You get sick of beating up your own guys. They know what you're doing. You know what they're doing. And in some ways, like, you're game planning them, you're watching a little bit, but it's a little bit more of like you don't exactly know what you're going to get, so just play ball. And anytime that you have a new system and you get guys that have to react on the fly a little bit, because in a practice setting, you're going to see more things than you're going to get in a preseason game, for instance. So that's the biggest thing is can our guys just go out there and play with confidence, react to certain things that they haven't studied, they haven't seen, or they haven't repped for a couple weeks. That's the biggest thing, just seeing if we can get through our adjustments and be clean with our communication and still play physical and confident.
With that being said, will you do more things in the joint practice than maybe you would do in a preseason game? Maybe stuff that you don't want to put on film in a preseason game?
Yeah, there's elements to that you will. I mean, obviously, this coach is a pretty tight-knit community, and a lot of guys know people. So there's certain things that even with it being a practice setting might not put on tape, but at the same time, you will do a little bit more in that setting than you would in the preseason when all 32 teams' eyes are on it. So excited for that. And again, just different skill sets. You talk receivers or running backs, like, it's just a different test, a different scheme than what we see every day. So I'm excited for the evaluation of a lot of guys. And again, the competitive juices just get flowing a little bit more in a training camp practice guys can get away with a little bit more shit talking and stuff like that. So it's always fun just to see how guys accept that challenge and go out there and compete. Yeah, couldn't be happier with where he's at from a communication, leadership, understanding of the scheme. Like he's a student of the game. He's so damn smart, and sometimes you want him to turn his brain off and just go play free and react to what he sees rather than overthink it. That's the biggest thing. It was a little more structured in what he was asked to do in the previous scheme. So it was very much, I see this, I do this, and just getting him to play a little bit more free was probably the number one thing. And if you want to play the way we want up front ahead of him, like he's going to have to react a little bit more. And that was the number one thing he's had to learn. I think he's doing a great job, all the backers, but him particularly. And you just see the confidence he's having in that ankle, in his body right now. He knows he was playing hurt for a long stretch last year. And when you see a guy like starting to feel healthy and confident and comfortable kind of with where their body's at, you see them play free and fly around and make plays. He's moving well right now.
How much of a setback was this injury for Maxwell Harrison in terms of the reps lost, and how much work will he get to do when he does get back on the field?
It's just anytime corners go out, to me, the first thing that goes their tempo, right? They start playing too fast, or sometimes your eyes just get a little bit messed up. So obviously every time you lose reps, you feel like you're falling behind and having to catch up. I don't think you'll have any issues as far as schematically what we're asking him to do or communication on the field. It's just how fast can they snap it back into playing with the right tempo, playing with the right technique. That's the stuff. Just with a new scheme and a new defensive back coach, you'd like him to get as many reps as possible just to lock in that technique so it's second nature for him. Yeah, obviously in the game he flashed that dynamic ability he has, and for us it's going to be fun finding ways to move him and put him in different places. Ed gets brought up a lot, but Deion's no different, right? The flexibility we can have with him, whether it's playing nose, bumping out, playing 4-eye, different things within the scheme. He's a student of the game. Like he's really bright, and in game it's really impressive just to see what he can come back and communicate on the sideline, whether it's things that he heard, what he saw. That was really cool to see as a coach, because not every player can do that, and not every player wants to do that. They just go play ball, but he sees everything around him in real time, which is really cool for a defensive lineman. Yeah, he plays fast. He plays physical. I mean, the athleticism always pops with him, and physicality. Like he's going to be a great player. I think it's an awesome battle going on between him and Dorian. Dorian played great as well. So just continuing to grow. And again, this is where the preseason games and the joint practices are huge, because you get comfortable going against the same offense every day, and now all of a sudden you get a different offense. You're starting to have to see different things or communicate different schemes. That's the best part about linebacker play, and it's always the hardest in the preseason when you're not doing a full week of game planning, right? You're showing a day, maybe day and a half of film, and then you're going in there and asking them to execute and make close calls and make adjustments. It's always difficult on those backers, but I thought it was pretty clean. There wasn't a whole lot of chaos going on within the game, and hopefully we continue to see that. And I like the way that group is competing, and they know there's kind of open competition, and that's why we wanted to get both guys in there with TB and have that communication, and that'll continue the rest of camp. Honestly, it was more pre-snap. He just did a little bit too extra pre-snap with what he was trying to disguise, which put him in a tough spot, and he ended up panicking a little bit down the field, but it was more so because he was not where he should have been kind of when the ball was snapped. I like where it's at. We got a lot of guys that can play ball, and a little bit different skill sets. Some more versatility, others more physicality. We have a pretty well-rounded group, which I wasn't sure year one going to a 3-4, kind of where that was going to stack. I like the pieces we brought in the offseason, but there was a number of guys that were already here, Javon Solomon, Dre, right? Guys like that were here that this fits them. It fits them well. So overall, I think that is one of the deepest positions we have. That's going to be one of the hardest decisions once it comes time to really putting this roster together.
With Hoyt, do you expect him to take part in the scrimmage? And is it an either-or thing for scrimmage versus the preseason games?
Yeah, Hoyt's still in this progression return to play. We weren't sure where it was going to exactly be when he got to training camp, and he was kind of free to go, and we're just continuing to build up his volume. He's obviously practiced every day in camp, held him out of the game, and again, he's going to hit the field before, in one of these games before the regular season starts. We're just working through what the best situation is, but he's handled the volume and the progression that he's been asked to do all through camp. He's in a great spot, and it's more so protecting him from him than it is anything else. Yeah, it was going to be a huge evaluation in camp because he was limited. He was coming off of surgery in the spring, so we had to play catch up a little bit as far as what his evaluation was going to be, and we pushed a lot of nickel here early in camp, and now we're going to transition and do a little bit more safety as well. He got some in the game, but primarily played nickel here early in camp, and he's done a great job. Obviously in the game, he flashed his playmaking ability as well and his physicality. He plays fast. He plays violent, right? And you're seeing more consistency the more reps he gets. But you mentioned a number of guys, right? Whether it was Landon or him, there was guys that were limited in the spring that you really had to try to get the right eval on early in camp and find the right role for them.
It was notable we didn't see TJ Sanders from maybe the second half, I think. Was there a specific reason for that?
We didn't play many snaps was really the thing. And again, don't look too much into who is with what group, because in our mind, it's still that progression of training camp, right? Where you're working different combinations and trying to find the right fit and the right role, and it was kind of Landon's turn to go first in the game, and we got 3 3-and-outs with that first group. So don't read into certain things like that. I've already mentioned, right, Dorian and Caleb, right? He went first. We were going to go one rack each with those guys and then kind of roll it from there. So there's a number of things where we just wanted to see different combinations of players on the field, and it'll change game 2, game 3 as we continue to go through the preseason.
And then you mentioned the guys you have outside of it. Mike Dana has second time to start a series and end a series. For a veteran like that to come in, how nice is it to see a guy just kind of adapt right away and be able to kind of do what you need him to do?
Yeah, it was great to see Mike get the production, right? He's just a steady guy, right? He's physical. He does his job. He's consistent. And obviously he put together a huge drive there with the 2 big sacks. Like where he's at, again, he adds a lot of physicality and versatility. Like that was his game in Kansas City. Like he moved all over the place on the defensive line. So he can provide us some flexibility with what we do and the combinations of players we have on the field. And that's probably the number one thing that he does. I mean, it has to be part of the evaluation, right? One, he has to find a way to make the team, right? He has to show the value that he can bring, but that's a part of the evaluation, unfortunately. But like where he's at, he flashed a lot early in camp, and now he's got to do it again. That's the name of the game sometimes, is the consistency and just continuing to do it over a long stretch of time. But you can't take that completely out of the evaluation, but at the same time, like, the tape is what's gonna make the decision at the end of it. All right, thank you.
Bills defensive coordinator Jim Leonhard. Little interesting note at the end there. Jordan Hancock is going to switch to safety, or shift to safety here. He's done some of both, but little news there at the end on a depth player. But otherwise, he said he's going to call plays from upstairs. Maybe he wants to stay on the sidelines. So we'll see what he ends up deciding there. Michael Hoyt progressing as well.
Otherwise, more notes that we'll get into with Sal from Leonard when he joins the show coming up at 9 o'clock. So they'll start practice in about 15 minutes. And on the field hopefully, by the way, is in good shape after the preseason game on Saturday. And, the divots that were taken out, they won't play on the field this close together almost ever, right? A Saturday to a Tuesday, because they're not going to practice there very often, if ever. So, I don't know. If the grass will be any different. We'll see in the next couple of minutes. So, some injury notes there as well. I mean, you talked about Hoyt, but the Bills right now are dealing with a couple of injuries. Max Hairston, Connor McGovern, and Cole Bishop, nagging thing as well. Mm-hmm. Nobody really major, and no major injuries. I mean, McGovern is a, key piece of their offensive line. Harrison's a key piece of their secondary. But, man, going through some of the around the league headlines while Leonard was speaking there, everybody has got a bad injury right now.
Yep.
I mean, I know this because I'm preparing for fantasy drafts I got like a bunch of them coming up in the next few weeks. And for that, it's going to be more offensive players, but there are defensive guys too. But man, imagine the Saints right now, all the hope and hype they had about Jordan Tyson.
Yep.
Who's looked incredible in camp so far, and we know has that ability, but came with hamstring problems into the NFL. And I feel like I might have jinxed. I joked last week, like, the guy needs new hamstrings. That day, he hurt his hamstring, and now Ian Rappaport's reporting that Tyson's expected to miss roughly 2 months.
Yeah, tough.
Brutal. You've got Puka that's dealing with a groin injury with the Rams. Emeka Egbuka does not sound like he's playing week 1.
No, it doesn't.
No, yeah.
Todd Bowles said he's not sure at this time if he'll be available for week 1. That's a pretty negative tone when you're a month away from the start of the season and, like, your number one receiver, we're not sure.
Yeah, and that was originally labeled something when it happened that was not all that concerning.
Right.
So, it's keeping him out the preseason possibly through week 1. It's got to be worse than they were letting on in the initial stages there,
Isn't a toe injury also scary for a receiver?
Yeah.
Because I don't know if it is exactly turf toe, but that's an injury that nags a player all year long. Didn't we go through this with Curtis Samuel 2 years ago?
With Curtis Samuel, you can
and
even
others.
Josh Allen,
right?
With his a couple of years, he had to play through it through a good chunk of the playoffs and the end of the season.
Jeremiah Love in Arizona, sprained ankle.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to miss time.
After
that came out yesterday.
A ton in their preseason game.
Right. 14 touches in the first half of that preseason game. And, man, if you're a Cardinals fan, you don't have a lot to be excited about right now.
No,
not really.
Like,
that was pretty much it.
This guy.
Yeah.
This is the guy that you're excited about. And your coach plays the you-know-what out of him in the first half of the preseason game and he gets hurt? Come on. Breece Hall goes down yesterday for the Jets.
Mm-hmm. Jamal Adams went down with a non-contact injury over the weekend.
Right.
Not that that's necessarily a significant piece anymore, but like
his career's probably over.
Yeah, that's it, I would think. But they've been relatively unscathed considering, we're what is this, a month in here since camp started?
Yeah, just about.
Like, believe me, I'm not happy that Hairston's out. Like that sucks because I've wanted him to work out this whole time, and it sounds like they wanted him to. Like early in camp, it was IGP's not really getting any play. It's all Hairston here.
Yep.
And then he went down, and now it's what are we gonna do? And not what are we gonna do? IGB. Is what you're gonna do.
Yeah.
But it's what's happening here. This guy can't.
Yeah.
It's the Bishop story before he got healthy, right? Like 2 camps in a row to start his career, missing all the time, no reps. Just all right. Good luck, man. I hope you come back soon. That's scary.
Yeah. Right now, the receiver class that just came and went, the rookies are at the top, not filling up the headlines for positive reasons right now. Like, I guess Carnell Tate's doing fine.
Tate's been good, yeah.
But Tyson with this injury, and man, you just got to wonder if he's going to be dealing with stuff like that his entire career. It's why him going 8th overall was a little bit risky. Mekhi Lemon dealt with an injury, and he has not really been a standout at camp. But then the guys that went later, like Stribling, Denzel Boston has been this, Zachariah Branch.
Right.
Like, you've got some of the later receivers, Jacoby Lane in the 3rd round, have been big stories so far, and we'll see if that translates for them to the regular season. But, this receiver class, I'm curious if the top guys will stand out, because it's been a couple years in a row now where the top guys, I would say only go back like 2 years, where you had the year in 24 where the Bills were, in the receiver market, and we spent a lot of time on that. And of the 3 guys that went in the top 10 that were seen as these are going to be true number 1 receivers, I would say you're at like 1.5 of the 3 look like they're going to be. Neighbors is incredible. Jetpack on his back. He's looking healthy again, and he's incredible. Adunze, I think, is great, but he dealt with a foot injury last year. We'll see if that impacts him this year, and also if he's even going to be the number 1 over Luther Burden going forward. Like, he would be the half for me, and then there's Marvin Harrison Jr., which is...
Can't catch a pass?
The confidence stories about him, I just would be really worried about that guy. And he was the best prospect of any of them,
right?
Which is what's incredible.
Yeah, it is.
And then last year, Travis Hunter at 2, he's not even going to maybe play receiver all the time now.
He's kind of
going to do the both ways.
Yeah, right.
And then McMillan's great. But then Amika Igbuka,
he's awesome,
toe injury, and I don't know what to make of him for this, because he had an insanely good start to last season, and then they moved him out of the slot. And they actually tried to play him in the spots that Mike Evans played a lot, because Evans went down with injury, and then he did very little.
Yeah, it got quiet.
It slowed down quite a bit.
Week 10 on.
Clearly talented and good.
Yeah.
But just couldn't. Yeah, they shifted his role on him.
His final 8 games, he got to 50 yards once.
Yeah.
He had 1 game where he got to 64 yards. Every other game was underneath 50 in his last 8 games. That's usually the opposite for rookies. You usually like to see a slow start and then a big jump by the end of the year. And with Igbuka, it went the other way. So, I don't know. You got a lot of young receivers in the league right now that looked like they were going to be awesome players. And some have injuries and some are, just struggling in general. Cole Bishop is in uniform for practice at Highmark Stadium.
It's good.
Very good.
So that is good news for him. And we'll see if we get anything more on Hairston. Do not expect McGovern at this point.
No.
He did say with the media on Saturday, week to week, and that he is hoping to be back by week 1. That's the goal right now, is that McGovern will be back by week 1. And I want to trust in what Joe Marino told us last week. I asked him about McGovern and how important it is that he would be available against Houston. And we talked a little bit earlier about that matchup and the tackles, talked about it with Anthony from Cover 1. I'm just not really that concerned about their tackles in general, but for that game, that's where Houston is their most challenging, on the edge. Interior, I don't know, like the Bills have good center depth, and Houston's got good defensive tackles, but that's not where the all-pros live. That's not where the monsters are. They're good players, but shouldn't you be able to withstand, if you needed to for a game, that unit on the other side when you have a proven I don't know, proven. Cushenberry's been a starter.
Right.
Not necessarily a great starter, but he's been a starter in the league.
Journeyman sort of.
In that division, if you want, for multiple years here. And I can't get by one game. It's not Chris Jones up the middle. It's not Aaron Donald up the middle in this game. The center will matter. I mean, you want your whole unit to be as strong as possible when you're going up against a pass rusher like that because, like what you would not want is Anderson and Hunter are getting around the edge and Allen's got to step up into the pocket and there's no pocket to step up into.
Right.
Because Cushenberry's getting backed into him. That's trouble. That's how your quarterback gets hurt. So it does matter in conjunction with what's happening on the edges. But Joe said last week, pretty frankly, I think the Bills have good depth there and should be able to get by.
Right.
If they need to. So McGovern's a good player, but I'm not as worried about him. Hairston might be the one I'm a little bit more worried about right now because Igbinosun's just been up and down. And with the new scheme, you want to play more man. You want to put those guys on islands a little bit more often. It's a bigger test for them. And Jim Leonard called Max Hairston a man corner. That's the situation they like him for.
Yeah. He's in uniform as well.
Is he right now?
Yep.
Hairston's in uniform right now.
Beautiful. Because he's the guy I would have wanted back even more.
Same. I said it earlier. I really want him to work because I think that speed and that archetype fits with what they want to try to do in some ways. And having that balance with him and IGB is huge. And him missing all the reps to me was concerning. And if he's going to be back, even if it's limited today and he's just sort of working his way back in, fine. But I need him back on the field, I think.
Yeah.
To feel comfortable about where they're at corner.
And good news is he's out there.
Official
uniform at practice. So that's good. Good start to the day. We got Bishop back. We got Hairston back. And again, we wouldn't expect McGovern back at this point, but he would be the biggest injury that's left out there.
Yeah, no knee sleeve or nothing for Hairston either. Just walking out there totally normal. So that's huge.
We'll keep you updated on everything that goes on at practice, whether it's big plays, but a day where we're experiencing training camp happening live like we had a couple of weeks ago. Sal's going to join at 9. If you've got a comment on our earlier conversation, maybe it's the little Diggs Andre Reed debate that we had. We have one listener that asked a question about Diggs beyond that part of the conversation, the Hall of Fame, and I'm going to toss that around a little bit later on if we have an extra minute, but we'll keep an eye on practice for you here on Jeremy and Joe. It's WGR. Dennis in Blaisdell is ready to go, so let's bring him on. What's up, Dennis? How's it going?
Yeah. Morning, guys. You were just talking about how early the fans were showing up. I took the wife to work at 3:30 this morning. We went by at 20-4, and they were in the one parking lot. There was fans getting out of their car. They were dressed head to toe in the Bills Mafia garb. They were ready to go. They were hooping and hollering already at 4 cars. There was 18 or 20 cars lined up.
20-4?
It was 20-4 when I seen the first fans getting out of their cars.
3:40 in the morning. Okay.
Yep.
That is okay. You just drove by? You didn't stop?
No, I had to get back to get ready for my own work. I was just taking the wife to work at 3:30, and 20-4, they were already getting out of their cars.
That's insane. Thank you, Dennis, for calling in.
Yeah.
Yeah, if we've got fans tailgating 5 hours before,
I mean, let's go. Right?
Well,
mad respect.
It's Tuesday. In sports, everyone loves
Maybe
the
we're
word
taking
culture,
off.
right?
Did you take the long weekend through Tuesday potentially? Maybe if teachers, you're not really doing anything, right?
Yeah.
Bring your kids, you go early, you make it a crazy thing for them. I feel like that could be fun.
I mean, I said this yesterday, and today would qualify just as much. Every day that you can be in that stadium is going to be someone else's first time being in the stadium.
Mm-hmm.
what did you see from Saturday? I felt like your feed, it was defensive back after defensive back making a really strong play. That could say a lot about Jim Leonard too, but how good of a day was it for that position group, do you think, against Carolina?
I thought it was a good day, mainly from a mental standpoint and a coach reflection standpoint. There were a couple miscommunications, which I not to give it a pass, but you chalk that up. It's the first game. It's a new system. Things happen. But more often than not, you were seeing from the first teamers, the second teamers, the third teamers, like top to bottom, you were seeing everybody relay checks and relay communication. We're getting motion from Carolina that's changing from changing the offense from a 3-by-1 to a 2-by-2 or a 2-by-2 to a 3-by-1. We're getting multiple aspects of that. We're getting resets, and you're watching, Christian Benford and the guys on the first unit communicate that and relay that. But you're also getting that from like Toriano Pride down with the third teamers, and him and Jordan Hancock communicating with each other in the second half. Pre-snap, post-snap. It got me really excited for what this defense could be and what I hoped it would be under Jim Leonard. And you expect, with his pedigree, his knowledge, what he's been, and the position he played and how hands-on he is with the DBs, I expected them to do well, and their performance in week one definitely did not do anything to push me off that.
The Bills are back at practice today following their first preseason win. For the open practice at Highmark Stadium, some news from there. Cole Bishop and Maxwell Hairston in jerseys and pads on the field.
Long ways to go. We got a lot to improve on, but at the same time, for them just to have a taste of success here early, hopefully we can build off that.
That's Bills defensive coordinator Jim Leonard, who just spoke with the media. In case you missed it, that'll be on demand for you at our website, WGR550.com. For the rest of the week for the Bills, tomorrow, travel day to Cleveland. Thursday, they're back practicing in a joint practice against the Browns, and all before duking it out with the Browns for their second preseason game on Saturday in Cleveland, of course. Roster news from yesterday. The Bills, they signed linebacker Otis Reese. They released fullback Jackson Acker. The Sabres, They've traded forward Steven Sardarian to the Carolina Hurricanes in exchange for future considerations. And around the NFL, Buccaneers head coach Todd Bowles says he's not sure at this time if Emeka Egbuka, dealing with the toe injury, will be available in Week 1. Jets head coach Aaron Glenn said Breece Hall suffered a strained groin. Saints wide receiver Jordan Tyson, dealing with a hamstring injury, is expected to miss roughly 2 months, reports NFL insider Ian Rappaport. Bears running back Kyle Monangai is expected to miss multiple weeks with a hyperextended knee. That's from ESPN's Jeremy Fowler. And the Colts, they've signed wide receiver Keenan Allen to a 1-year, $8.32 million deal. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fan, WGR.
Yeah, I think that's the first thing is the aggression, the play speed. They were flying around, simple preseason 1 game plan. So put it in their hands, let them communicate it, and go make plays. And didn't do a lot to help them, right? Just a little bit of movement and things like that. But for the most part, just core things within the defense and just wanted to watch them go compete and run around. And as I mentioned last week, go tackle. I thought we tackled pretty well. And obviously, to get in a 2nd and 1 situation and work our way out of it, get a 3 and out, that was fun to see. But long ways to go. We got a lot to improve on, but at the same time, for them just to have a taste of success here early, hopefully we can build off that.
Jim Leonhard, Bills defensive coordinator, meeting with the media. Practice is underway at Highmark Stadium, open to the public. So good news in the secondary, because Max Hairston and Cole Bishop are on the field. However, on offense, there are 4 wide receivers missing at practice. No Khalil Shakir.
Ooh.
No Keon Coleman. No Skylar Bell. And no Quentin Skinner down the depth chart for him. But Coleman was injured on his last play.
Yeah, he got dinged up late, right?
Hurt his foot a little bit. So DJ Moore's there, and that's good.
I did see Moore out there, which is big. But the other, that's...
Okay, here we go. Jenna Cottrell from Buffalo Plus. She just tweeted a picture. Keon Coleman has a walking boot on his right foot. That could mean a lot of things. But
yes, that could be just precautionary. We're going to throw you in a boot for 3 days just to make sure you don't stub your toe.
But it's definitely not good.
No, it means they're worried about something.
Yeah.
At bare minimum, they're worried about something. If not, they know something is wrong and are now trying to get him back on track. Well, that's tough because he to me has felt like it's been quiet, which has been good. It's been inconsistent, but we know that about him. And I liked a lot of what I saw on Saturday, so that sucks for him.
Yeah.
I got into a place where I was like, maybe he'll do, he's not going to be an impact player, I don't think, to me, but I got myself to, he might see the field more than I thought he would. And if he's out for, the rest of the preseason, that hurts.
Anthony put it this way earlier. I think the best case scenario would have been he becomes your Mac Hollins.
Yeah.
He is your, I'm run blocking, I'm physical, I can do all that dirty work, and then as a weapon, I'm playing out of the slot. And that's my multi-dimensional role in the offense, which is not going to be a major role at the position, but you're providing some value, which I would argue he has not done through 2 years. You don't have to do that by catching the football, but then you are being relegated to a role player. But that's where I feel like they should be with him at this point is you're a role player. You are not going to be one of our primary options in the pass game. You are going to be outranked by Moore, by Kincaid, by Shakir. Like, at best, you're going to be fourth. Maybe you're going to be fifth. But you're going to do the dirty work. Maybe you'll play some special teams. You'll play out of the slot more often than you did. And that, I think, is kind of what Saturday looked like.
Yeah.
He was out there with the first team, and that's what he was basically doing. The only catch he had from Allen was the scramble drill play for a touchdown, which was good to see.
Well done.
But I don't know. I don't feel like missing him is also that big a deal if he were to miss time.
I mean, no, I agree with that because of everything we just laid out about how he hasn't really done much for them. So it's not. They weren't banking on him having a role like they were in year 2, like they were coming into last year. That's just not the situation they're in at that position. So, of course, they are more well equipped to withstand if he's missing time. I am also, like, we had our yearly Keon Coleman at the Erie County Fair sighting last night, I think. So
I did see that,
from what I saw on Twitter, I wouldn't think they'd be trotting him around the Erie County Fair, letting him trot around the Erie County Fair if he was really significantly hurt.
Uh-huh.
Or it could be exactly the kind of thing that he would do based on, the past maturity questions we've had.
Yep.
That could be a thing that maybe they see and go like, dude, now you're in a walking boot.
Right.
You're trying to go walk around the fair?
Yeah.
That's not
Right.
what we want you doing. So that's also interesting.
Well, we'll see what becomes of that and what else we get at practice. We'll keep you updated. Sal's going to join at 9. Yesterday, the NFL Top 100 continued on, and we had another Bill.
We did
make the list.
Where are we even at now?
We're at
the top 20 now.
19 and 20.
Yeah.
It got to be Cook.
Yeah.
James Cook, number 20. Justin Jefferson, number 19.
Ooh.
Wow.
But James Cook at number 20 as the league's leading rusher. I think there would still be a couple of running backs that'll come in ahead of him because so far we've had – it's so tough to keep track now of these running backs.
I can't get behind how they release this. It's so ridiculous.
Yeah, Amon-Ra St. Brown – Amon-Ra St. Brown. Well, he is on the list too. But Devin Achane was 26th on the list. He was the last running back to make it, and now James Cook. So you have a couple more running backs to come on the NFL's top 100, but that is a huge jump on this list from one year to the next for Cook, and it's not surprising, right? He has the year he did. You would expect him to go way up. He went up 69 spots. He went from 89 to 20.
Yeah.
How likely is it for him to lead the league again?
I mean,
to go back to back.
I gotta be honest. I think it's up there. Like if you're putting odds on it, might be like plus 200 or plus 300, something like that. If it's gonna be the same group of running backs, realistically, right? If you think McCaffrey, Barkley, Jonathan Taylor, James Cook, if they're running a similar offense to last year, where the running backs are super involved. I mean, how would you not think he's going to be able to do that? I know it's tough to repeat and actually get the top spot. Maybe I'm thinking more top 3, but for him to be up there again, it's definitely not out of the question, and I don't think it's that much of a long shot, if you will.
There would be so far, by the way, on this list: Josh Jacobs, Saquon Barkley, Devin Achane, James Cook. Missing. Derrick Henry is not yet on the list.
Mm-hmm.
So he will be ahead of him. Jahmyr Gibbs.
Right.
Bijan.
Gibbs, Bijan.
McCaffrey.
I don't see McCaffrey. I think McCaffrey is going to be...
He's got to be above. Yeah.
He's
up
not
there
off
as
the
well.
list,
No,
so
he's not going to not make the list.
So he'll be like the 4th or 5th running back probably that makes the list.
Yeah. Here's what I'll say about... I like that question you asked about Cook leading the league again. I'm looking at... So he led the league in yards from, rushing last year.
Yeah.
I might bet that he gets into the top 3 in scrimmage yards before he leads the league in rushing again. He was 4th last year in scrimmage yards. I might bet that he goes up enough in passing yardage with Carmichael and maybe a little more passing to the running backs, which we've heard a lot about, then he goes back and does it again as the rushing leader. Because we all think they're going to pass more, right?
Yep.
So there will be plays that he got last year he will not get this year. He just won't. So I think it's going to be tough for him to lead the league in rushing again if the Bills' passing attack is any better. And they will be, I think, undeniably be better. So, but I don't think he's going to be less impactful because I think he's still like their best weapon. And so you don't let that guy fade into the background. You got to find a way to keep him involved. And I might bet that he passes Jonathan Taylor to get into the top 3 in scrimmage yards instead of repeating as rushing leader again.
You know, it's funny, looking back at the history of the rushing title, it is, at least in recent history, it's pretty rare that a guy does it twice in his career, let alone back-to-back. So, back-to-back rushing champions. Derrick Henry did it. And you only have, like, OJ did it twice. OJ did it for the Bills, 72-73, and then 75-76. There are only 4 running backs that have done it since him. Total. Back-to-back rushing champions. Eric Dickerson did it.
Yeah.
Edgerrin James did it. 99-2000. Actually, you want to play a little bit of a game here?
Yeah.
Sure.
Give me all of the rushing champions that have done it multiple times in the last 25 years.
Okay.
Derrick Henry.
Yep. Derrick Henry's one.
Emmett Smith, did he do it?
Not in the last 25 years. I guess if you really wanted to expand this to all time, though, like he would be on the list.
Okay. I said Henry. Saquon's done it twice.
Nope.
No, just once.
No.
Just one time for Saquon.
One time for Taylor, right? Or was it 2 times for him?
One time for Taylor.
One time for Taylor.
Zeke did it twice.
Zeke did it twice.
That's right. Forget how washed he is now.
16 and 18. Kareem Hunt was in between.
Adrian Peterson.
Adrian Peterson did it 3 times.
LaDainian Tomlinson.
And that's your last one. Tomlinson did it back-to-back years in 06 and 07.
Okay, wow. Well, I was ready to name more guys than that, which, to your point, makes sense.
Look at the number of people that have led the league in rushing. McCaffrey's done it. Jacobs has done it. You mentioned Taylor, Henry, Elliott, Kareem Hunt, DeMarco Murray led the league in rushing.
Didn't Kareem Hunt?
He did.
Yeah, he was between the
Elliott seasons.
Yeah,
right.
LaShawn McCoy. Once.
Prime Shady.
Maurice Jones-Drew led the league in rushing.
Right. Arian Foster did.
Arian Foster led the league in rushing. Chris Johnson led the league in rushing.
Okay, right.
Sean Alexander had that monster season.
Yeah, we're getting
so many different running backs.
Right. It is. I mean, that's how much do we talk about the replaceability of that position and how volatile it is. Here's your evidence.
It's funny, you go back before like the last 25 years, and it's very different, where it's like Emmitt Smith 3 years in a row, and then another year after that. It's Barry Sanders and Emmitt Smith were the only 2 to win the rushing title between 1990 and 1997.
Yeah, that makes sense. That tracks.
That's crazy.
And then in the 80s, it's like all Eric Dickerson. In the 70s, it's all Earl Campbell and O.J. Simpson.
Right.
Jim Brown did it 5 years in a row from the 50s to the 60s. Like, in the 60 years before the last 25, you didn't have a lot of parity. And now you have only parity. So if Cook can do it again, it would be pretty rare. I guess, at least in recent memory.
For sure.
20th on the NFL Top 100 list.
Where's Allen coming in?
So
on this
Allen
list,
is the only Bill that remains.
Yeah.
Allen will be
top 4.
I bet he's outside the top 5 this year.
You think?
I bet he's 6, 7.
You bet he's outside the top 5?
I bet he was, he 8 last year?
This is the player vote, right?
Yep.
Yeah. I bet he's outside the top 5 this year. Because there will be some, like, There's going to be a defensive tackle or something. Like, it's going to be something weird.
Garrett's probably going to be one, right?
Garrett will probably be one because he, broke the sack record.
Who's 2 through 5?
Allen was third last year.
Allen was third last year.
He's probably in the top 5.
Yeah, I don't think he moved outside the top 5 the year before.
Other guys that were in the top 5. Mahomes, he'll fall out of the top 5.
He's gone.
Yes, he's out.
Chase, he won't.
Everyone will give him that still.
Lamar, he already did.
Yeah, he's out.
He's gone.
Barkley,
he
was number 1.
He might not be. He might be 5.
No, he won't be top 5.
No,
he had a down year.
No, I know that. I'm saying he wouldn't be 1. He might be on the fringe of 5 even.
Yeah.
I don't even know because Mahomes is out. Lamar, like all those guys are out.
I think I would bet Allen's still going to be top 5.
Yeah, I think you're probably right. I might have been quick.
Drake May will get in there. Ooh. Stafford will be in there.
Drake May will be top 5.
I'll tell you the top 5 right now. It's going to be 3 quarterbacks: Allen, May, and Stafford, Garrett, and Chase. That'd be my guess.
I don't think May gets the. I think his teammates will respect him in that light. I think he might be top 10. I don't think he's top 5.
I don't know. They can get quick to be like, oh, this guy's good. This guy deserves it. The players know. The players know who's good. And I think they pretty much all say that he's really good.
I mean, yeah. But there's also so much change. Lamar's number 69 this season, and he was number 5.
Wait,
Right,
sorry, they have to give 5 to Jaden Daniels. I forgot.
Yeah, you're 100%
We already
right.
know one of the top 5. 803-0550 is the phone number. If you're on hold, we'll get to you. More practice updates. Sal coming up at 9 o'clock. No Ed Oliver at practice, among others. So we're learning about some injuries here and there. Also, Roger Goodell said a thing that he is saying every year 5 times. And, if you're going to do it, do it. Europe. Are you going to Europe or not? He continues to talk about it. And I'll tell you what exactly he said this time. That's coming up next quickly. Well, let's start with him. You did your recent episode of Disguised Coverage on his game on Saturday against the Panthers. And I think there is the preseason pledge, Anthony, which is don't take everything from one game, but we were building towards this, I feel like, with Walker in his rookie season, even before that, if you want, as the draft prospect, and then this offseason. So how impressive to you was Walker's performance on Saturday?
I think he had a strong game. And to your point, I think he's one of the focal players for this season because he's tied into the scheme change and Jim Leonard, and then there wasn't really a lot of additions made on the interior there, and the whole nose tackle conversation and the run defense from the year prior and how he fits into that as a rookie last year. So it was easy to kind of have him under the microscope and in the spotlight. And I mean, it's hard to have a better start where first play of the game, he comes out, run stop, and then it just felt like play after play. I thought he was responsible in his assignments. The quickness that he showed, the agility, the dancing bear reference that you made, just that movement, that quickness at that size, but then also him showing that he can hold up at the point of attack a little bit. There's multiple reps in that game, and I showed him in my episode that you referenced where he's playing, a gap and a half responsibility. He's playing more react attack where he's getting helmet screws on helmet screws of a guard, and he sees the double from the center come in, and he dips his shoulder and changes his surface area a little. So there was a lot to like and get excited about. And Carolina was missing their 2 starting guards, and it is the preseason, so I'm still not ready to go, full throttle yet with what he could be. But it was an extremely, extremely encouraging start for him within this defense.
Coming up next, DJ Moore looking good at practice right now, watching some highlights. No CJ Gardner-Johnson at practice, by the way, also. He's on the field, walking around, but he's not practicing. The biggest injury news, though, today so far, Keon Coleman in a walking boot. The crowd looks like it's pretty darn full in the lower bowl, but the upper level seems pretty sparse. So you don't have a full stadium, but still a lot of people for a Tuesday at 8:30. Sal, when we come back, what's going on the field? Stay tuned.
Brought to you by Paula's Donuts, made with love. Chill out this summer with a handcrafted frozen drink from Paula's Donuts. Enjoy iced cap, lemonade, cookies and cream, bomb pop, and more. Boba available too. Pair with a Paula's Donut for the ultimate treat. Order now at paulasdonuts.com for delivery or in-store pickup at any location. Bills back at practice today. It's underway following their first preseason win. The open practice at Highmark Stadium. Cole Bishop and Maxwell Harrison, they're in jerseys and in pads on the field. Other news to note, Keon Coleman in a walking boot. He's not practicing. Bills defensive coordinator Jim Leonard spoke with the media today.
Long ways to go. We got a lot to improve on, but at the same time, for them just to have a taste of success here early, hopefully we can build off that.
In case you missed any of it, that'll be on demand for you at our website, WGR550.com. Schedule for the rest of the week. Tomorrow, a travel day for the Bills to Cleveland. Thursday, back to practicing for a joint practice versus the Browns. And on Saturday, second preseason game in Cleveland against the Browns. Roster news from yesterday, the Bills, they signed linebacker Otis Reese, and they released fullback Jackson Acker. The Sabres, they traded forward Steven Sardarian to the Carolina Hurricanes in exchange for future considerations. Looking around the NFL, Buccaneers head coach Todd Bowles said he's not sure at this time if Emeka Egbuka's toe will be ready in Week 1. Jets head coach Aaron Glenn said Breece Hall suffered a strained groin. Saints wide receiver Jordan Tyson, dealing with a hamstring injury, is expected to miss roughly 2 months. That's from NFL insider Ian Rappaport. Bears running back Kyle Monungai expected to miss multiple weeks with a hyperextended knee. That's from ESPN's Jeremy Fowler. And the Colts, they signed wide receiver Keenan Allen to a 1-year, $8.32 million deal. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fan, WGR.
Well, he's certainly not in any building you would describe as a prison right now. The opposite. Sal Capaccio now on the Western Hotline. Good morning. It's Jeremy and Joe. Jeremy's off day. It's a beautiful day out. And that's spoken from someone who's inside. I don't know how hot and humid it might be, but it looks nice. And also looking nice is Highmark Stadium. So I was just looking at the picture you took from outside the stadium with people walking in and the sun glaring on it. So
Yeah.
I don't know if it's worth asking about shadows today because I don't know how many times we'll be in that stadium at 9 o'clock in the morning.
Shadow is covering the field, but if you're on the Bills sideline and the stands, you are directly in the sun. That's all the way up top. So I would say from end zone to end zone, really, the entire Bills sideline, the fans are in the sun and have to shield their eyes. Now, that's going to change. That sun is going to creep on the field soon because of the direction. Either way, I'll tell you guys, a lot of people here. There's nobody. They're not only aiming in the club areas, like the second level. I guess second and third decks. There's 4 decks if you want to call it like that. So where the clubs and suites are. But it is packed in the lower bowl, and the upper deck is probably about a third full.
Yeah. Where are you, by the way? Are you in press box or are you like field level? Where are you for today?
Field right now. I'm on the field right now. Hopefully you can hear me okay. The music's blasting, so
yeah.
Hopefully you guys can hear me okay and we can do this because it's pretty loud down here and sound system is blasting and the players are just finishing up one-on-ones and now they're about to go to I guess you'd maybe do a 7-on-7 period or 11-on-11. We'll figure that out here. But, yeah, I'm down here on the field, and it's a regular practice, so regular practice rules. Media gets to be on the field. We only get to video or take pictures of certain portions. That's completed already, so we can't do that anymore. And there are a lot of kids here today, and I love seeing that.
Yeah, right. Time of day, you might have thought that could happen, right? It's 8:30 on a Tuesday, but I guess you kind of said it. The lower bowl is full, right? Like, I was wondering what turnout would look like and what the day would look like, and it feels like they probably got what they wanted. Like, this is another chance for people to get in the building, and people turned out for it.
Yeah, it's relatively full. I mean, you look around, and if I look in the end zone down there, it's probably maybe 60, 70% full in one of the sections. Most sections on the sides are completely full. Once you get to the end zones and the corners, not as much, but there's still a majority of people in the seats. And then when you get up to the upper deck, plenty of people up there sitting, but I'd say, you get about maybe 15, 20 rows deep, and then it starts to, kind of go where there's not many people sitting. And it's a really good turnout. It's a beautiful day. It really is. That picture, yeah. I was walking in and kind of seeing people, walk in from the media lot, near the media lot where we park, and you could see people were excited already, bringing kids, and pretty cool day. It's a random Tuesday morning in Buffalo, I guess. I don't know.
Right. Yeah, I know people that are in there for the first time, and, I mean, a lot of people are enjoying that, whatever their first time, whenever that's going to be for them. It's not your first time in the stadium, Sal. I don't know how many times it'll take for you for it to normalize. Maybe it'll be the whole year.
Yeah.
Because you guys talked to Jim Leonard, and that would have been in the stadium press conference room, right?
Yes, we were at the media press conference room, which, by the way, is located right down inside the field club. If people have, I don't know if you know this and how many people know this, but if you have field club tickets, you basically sit above, right behind the Bills bench, and then you have access to that area where you can go down and stand on the field, kind of behind the bench. But you go underneath there. That's the Seneca Casinos Field Club. And that's where they have all their food and beverage. But also in there is the Bills post-game press conference room that you can look into. Like, a fan could watch that. Now, from the inside, you can't see the fans because of the way the glass works. But, yeah, you can actually see that. And Jim Leonard was in there. So we got with him a little bit before practice today. No Joe Brady today. So we didn't get an update on injuries from him, but I can tell you about some of the guys I see or not see out on practice. But he basically talked a lot about, what he saw from certain guys, certain situations on Saturday in the preseason game.
And before we get to some stuff that's happening on the field right now, I thought Leonard was really interesting on Terrell Bernard and, like, freeing him up. But in terms of Landon Jackson, or if it's Bernard, I guess he really tried to get the point across, I guess not even on those two, Sal, but the point across that reading into where and when guys are playing in the preseason might not actually be anything near what we see when the regular season begins.
Yeah, I mean, we're gonna see a different defense, I think, week one from a schematic standpoint, exotic standpoint. They're gonna line up the same spot. But you're right. I mean, guys are gonna move around. They're figuring out where guys belong, what they want from them. I'm watching right now, and Dorian Williams and Terrell Bernard are taking the opening reps here for the starting offense, defense against starting offense. And, yeah, they're going a little 11-on-11 here. Okay. So we'll figure that out as you go along and, kind of see where it goes.
One thing I wanted to get to, Sal, before we let you watch 11-on-11, and we'll see what happens there. The Barnes Firm Injury Report brought to you by the Barnes Firm Car Crash. You got to call the Barnes Firm 1-800-8-million. We've got a lot, right, from practice, good news and bad news. Can we start at receiver? Because good news for DJ Moore, but bad news for Keon Coleman?
Yeah, DJ Moore is out here. He's practicing. Keon Coleman not only not practicing, he's in a walking booth. Now, a lot of times that can be precautionary. We'll see. Figure out maybe what Joe Brady has to say about that, what happens the rest of the week when they go to Cleveland for the joint practice. Not good news on that front for Keon Coleman, but good news that DJ Moore is back on the field today after having that injury scare on Saturday.
And then in the secondary, good news on that front too?
Yeah, Maxwell Harrison and Cole Bishop are both practicing today. I'm looking to see if they're on field in 11-on-11 here. I can kind of get a glimpse here for you in 1 second. Let me just kind of see who the safeties are. But I can't really tell from where I am here if they're on the field. But they are practicing. But C.J. Gardner-Johnson is not practicing today. He is here on the field. He has, like, a jersey and not wearing equipment, and he's like walking around with his position group, and that's always a positive sign.
Right. All right, we'll let you watch practice, Sal, and we'll be checking in, especially on your Twitter at Sal Sports throughout. So thank you, and we'll talk soon.
All right, you got it. Thanks.
Sal Capaccio live at New Highmark Stadium. Highmark Stadium? I'm just going to go with Highmark Stadium.
It's high. There's not another one now.
I know. Right, it's not up anymore.
There's no alternate.
I don't want to. I think, okay, the best way for me personally to do this is going to be it's Highmark Stadium, and then I'm calling the old one the Ralph.
Yes. Yeah.
I'm not calling it old Highmark Stadium because it was only Highmark Stadium for
a couple of years.
2 years?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it wasn't long.
Was it actually old Highmark Stadium a shorter period of time than all the other names?
New Era
might have been shorter.
I think it was a season or two, maybe.
Remember we thought we were going to call the stadium the Cap, and then that just never ever happened.
No. The Cap.
4 years. Okay, it was Highmark Stadium for a little bit longer than New Era Field.
Yeah. Remember when it was Bills Stadium for a little bit there?
That was for a year.
In
during
between.
COVID.
Yeah.
It was Rich Stadium for 25 years. It was Ralph Wilson Stadium for 17 years. Then 3 years New Era, 4 years Highmark.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going the Ralph because that's what I grew up with, and if you want to call it Rich Stadium, I think it's fine too. I don't think people are going to call it Old Highmark.
No, I think that's going to be gone by the time we're in week 4.
Yeah, that's
going to be like, all right, this is Highmark now, and
that distinction's already basically dying because it's Highmark is Highmark, and now there's not two.
Right, the old building getting knocked down, I think, did some work there. There's no longer two to even refer to. It's just the old one that used to be there.
We did figure out the address, by the way.
Oh, well,
on Saturday on the pregame show, because I asked Sal, I was like, is this just 2 Bills Drive? Because like across the street, got to be odds and evens. But Bills Drive technically like doesn't exist. It's just Abbott Road. So,
right. It's not a real
how does
address.
That work? So we were looking into this, and apparently a listener sent in that it's 10 Bills Plaza. That's the new state, but the headquarters are still at 1 Bills Drive across the street
for official reasoning.
Yeah, but
All right.
10 Bills Plaza is the address reportedly.
So 1 Bills Drive isn't real.
1 Bills Drive is going to be like their corporate address or whatever it is. Yeah.
Okay. Gotcha.
Like their headquarters, if you will. So maybe they'll build something across the street. We still don't know what's going on over there. So.
They I think will. It's just we don't know what.
Yeah.
No Jalen Kilgore at practice. Sal tweets out in the last minute or two. We'll keep you updated on practice. They're starting 11-on-11 stuff, so we should see what's going on in a matter of moments. Rob in Connecticut's been waiting patiently, though. We'll get to him here. What's up, Rob?
Hey, Joe. What's going on? Oh,
morning.
I have a little bit of time, right? I don't want to be cut off because I know you guys got to go to the break, but just want to give you a quick story because there are plenty of fans in Connecticut. On Saturday, I had a problem with my car. Guy from AAA came out, and he was asking me about my car, and I said, it's a beautiful car. It's a Kia Sportage. It's white. And I told him, I said, but what would be really nice is if I could slap a magnetic Buffalo Bills charging logo on the side of it. And he said, you're a Bills fan? And I said, yes. And he goes, so am I. And we got all excited. And I said, well, why are you a Bills fan? He says, I'm from the town of Tonawanda. And I was like, awesome. So it's like down here for us, it's like when we run into Bills fans, it's like meeting a long-lost relative. Up there, you're spoiled. They're everywhere. But down here, it was awesome to run into him. So I want to give Don from the town of Tonawanda a shout-out. He listens to you guys all the time. He loves Owen, so we got into that. So to get to my point about the Bills, I'm really excited about the defense. I'm glad and happy with what Jim Leonard is doing with the pieces. I know it was only preseason, but I think we have something to look forward to this season. It'll complement our offense. And also, you were talking about receivers, the rookies. Mm-hmm. The one receiver that I really would have liked to pick up and got to watch him, it's unfortunate that he doesn't have quarterbacks for him, and they're battling right now, is Casey Concepcion. I think he's going to be something else in this league, and we'll be able to watch him you guys will be able to watch him. I'll only be able to hear about him, but this Saturday. So keep an ear out and an eye out for Concepcion. He's a very exciting player out of Texas A&M. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Rob, for the call. Yeah, we loved him pre-draft, and he was the number one receiver I would have liked to see the Bills draft had they gone with that position. He's been awesome at Browns training camp. The problem is I don't think he's going to have a quarterback all year long. So, any mind to him having a insane season. I guess he could because he has been talked about as their underneath guy. And if you have bad quarterbacks that don't have any time to throw, who's going to get a lot of the targets? The guy that's running underneath. Yeah, we'll see. We'll have joint practice on Thursday and then the preseason game on Saturday. He also was dealing with an injury, though, so I'm not even sure he'll be out there. Bills are doing some run play stuff right now at training camp. Seen some video of that. Not training camp, open practice. Training camp officially, I believe, ended once they leave St. John Fisher. So, yeah, we talked a little bit about the young receivers earlier, and I'm really wanting to see Skylar Bell out there. And he's also dealing with an injury right now, which is why he is, not in the preseason game and he's not out there today. But I'm wanting to see him. And, hey, if Coleman is going to be out here for a little bit because of a walking boot, like, this would be an opportunity for Bell to wiggle a spot into the top 4 and because I don't think they're going to be rotating more than 4 receivers on offense.
No way.
That seems like overkill.
Yeah.
So if you want to play and probably even get a game day jersey, you got to take someone's spot. And Palmer or Coleman are the only 2 you're going to do that with. If Coleman is going to be out for a while here, that would be your chance, but he's not out there to take advantage of it.
No, and that's what I feel like every reporter, everyone's been talking about is I don't know where Skylar Bell is exactly going to get involved unless someone goes down. And now we have that opportunity, I guess, to see him get a little involved in practice. So I'm excited about that. Not excited to see Keon Hurd, of course, but just on the prospect of seeing Skylar Bell get a little more involved in the rotation, that'd be pretty good.
I did wonder when the Bills had Coleman out there with the backups in the second quarter against Carolina. And who knows, maybe he would have played even further if he didn't injure his foot.
Mm-hmm.
I wondered about showcasing him.
Yeah, were they trying to pump him up for like the Colts or somebody looking for a receiver?
You never know or think a guy is being showcased until they're actually dealt.
Yeah.
Did anyone think the Bills were showcasing Sammy Watkins the week before they traded him?
No, I didn't.
Did anybody? I mean, sometimes it does. Like Anthony Richardson, you'll know. Like, oh, why are they playing him in this game? Because they want to trade him. And that did not go well for them. No. I'm going to be the last man standing here. And maybe I'm already the last man standing here thinking, yeah, the Bills could trade him if they got a pick that was seen as being valuable to them. And Bell, talking about him earlier, about like he's not out there right now, so this would be tough for him to do at the moment. Bell showing them I can play, and I can play right now. And if Palmer's healthy too, you've suddenly got a depth surplus at receiver. Not saying it's the best unit in the league. I'm not telling you, receivers fixed now because they have got 5 guys who could play. But you don't need 5 guys who could play. You have 4 guys who could play, and then a guy who could play special teams, and a guy who could even play in a pinch. Like McCole Hardman, to me, is probably your Khalil Shakir backup, and maybe your punt returner at the moment. Trent Sherfield is your special teams guy. Like, we're talking about being a gunner and like the other sorts of special team stuff. Yeah. I just think it's going to be hard to see all 5 of those guys getting a jersey. And if somebody wants to give me a 4th-round pick for him, like, let me just see. Let me throw him out there. I've got nothing else to do. I don't need to play DJ Moore anymore than I'm doing it.
Right.
Yeah. Let me just funnel him targets and let me see if somebody wants to give me something for him. Because at this point, we talked about it earlier, he's going to be a role player for them anyway. At best, he's going to be a role player for them. And how badly do I need that right now at receiver? I've got a couple guys who could be role players.
Yeah. Do you really think they'd be shopping him, though, with all of the chatter they had about him in the offseason?
I don't know that they'd be shopping him. Like, I don't think they're actively out there. I wouldn't imagine they're actively out there calling teams.
If someone were to call and inquire, they're not going to hang up the phone? Is that what we're thinking?
No, I don't think they would I definitely don't think they would hang up the phone on it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think the Colts are calling anymore, which was the team we were wondering about because they signed Keenan Allen.
Yeah, sure.
So that idea's dead. But I just don't want to be close to they would move this guy.
I definitely think they would, but I don't.
I guess I might not see it happening, though. Like, where is the question?
Well, you got a lot of teams that are dealing with injuries.
I guess you're right now. Yeah,
you're waiting on an
receiver
injury.
injuries.
Yeah,
I think I hear what you're saying. I think that it's likely more just this is the guy we don't necessarily feel we need to protect at this point, so we'll use him in the preseason. Like, we've gotten through the DJ Moore phase of this, and now we just need to finish the game out without losing somebody we, not to call him expendable, but he's a little expendable. And maybe that has something to do with it as well. Like, we can just feed him balls, and if he hurts his foot and has to be in a walking boot, we're not that mad about it like we would be if it was Palmer or Moore.
But that's where I get to the numbers part of it, because how many are they going to keep at that position? And it typically is 6. Sometimes for them it's even been 5. I think maybe once it was 7 in like the last few years. Moore and Shakir are at the top. Bell, you just drafted, so he's not going anywhere. Palmer, I don't really feel like can go anywhere because of the money he makes. And then this is going to come down to who at the bottom is going to win spots on the roster. Can Hardman and Sherfield make the team doing special teams things?
That would feel surprising.
They're different types of special teams guys, which is why I'm wondering about that. Sherfield is doing your kickoff team and gunner. He's not returning punts or kicks. He's doing a lot of stuff Shavers did. But then who's my punt returner? Because if Hardman's going to be my punt returner, then on top of it, well, now I'm at 6, and I have not counted Coleman.
Right.
Like, where does Coleman rank among their expendable receivers if they want to keep both of those guys for special teams roles? And that might be why they're trying to see if Ray Davis can return punts, because they don't want to make that decision. They don't want to keep 2 extra receivers for 2 different special teams jobs.
Right, and you've already got essentially a special teams specialist with Sam Franklin on the roster. Like, there's only so many special teams reserve slots you want to just we're making this decision because of special teams. You don't want to add to that list and make that 7 guys. That can't be how you're operating.
Because that's it for me. I don't see them keeping 7. Maybe I'm wrong. I think there was one time where they did do that, where they kept 7. I think it was a year where Dable was the coordinator.
Mm-hmm.
So that could happen too. But it's not an easy picture, the bottom of that group, to figure out who's going to make the 53-man roster, and then beyond that, who's going to get a jersey on game days.
Right.
803-0550 is the phone number. They're doing 11 on 11s. Spencer Brown went down and then was limping, but he did not leave practice.
Okay.
So that's good. I mean, it's not good, but it's good that it's not worse.
It's not good that he's not out. But
he's
psycho, so he would play through a lot.
Yeah. No team drills for DJ Moore. And with Coleman and Shakir also out, I mean, who is Allen throwing to right now? I could tell you because there's a video of Allen throwing a deep touchdown to Dante Pettis.
Okay.
Yes, Dante Pettis.
I was going to go with Steven Gosnell, but yes.
Dante Pettis is catching long touchdowns from Josh Allen in practice. They have injuries. They have a lot of injuries.
Yeah.
The other receiver on the field was Josh Palmer, who was a regular. We'll let you know anything else that's going on at practice. Hopefully nothing injury-wise. Just, more long touchdowns would be nice. It's Jeremy and Joe. Stay tuned here on WGR. One thing I wanted to get to, Sal, before we let you watch 11 on 11, and we'll see what happens there. The Barnes Firm Injury Report brought to you by the Barnes Firm Car Crash. You got to call the Barnes Firm 1-800-8-million. We've got a lot, right, from practice, good news and bad news. Can we start at receiver? Because good news for DJ Moore, but bad news for Keon Coleman?
Yeah, DJ Moore is out here. He's practicing. Keon Coleman not only not practicing, he's in a walking booth. Now, a lot of times that can be precautionary. We'll see. Figure out maybe what Joe Brady has to say about that, what happens the rest of the week when they go to Cleveland for the joint practice. Not good news on that front for Keon Coleman, but good news that DJ Moore is back on the field today after having that injury scare on Saturday.
And then in the secondary, good news on that front too?
Yeah, Maxwell Harrison and Cole Bishop are both practicing today. I'm looking to see if they're on field in 11 on 11 here. I can kind of get a glimpse here for you in 1 second.
Mm-hmm.
Let me just kind of see who the safeties are. But I can't really tell from where I am here if they're on the field. But they are practicing.
Mm-hmm.
But C.J. Gardner-Johnson is not practicing today. He is here on the field. He has, like, a jersey and not wearing equipment, and he's, like, walking around with his position group, and that's always a positive sign.
Right.
I like where it's at. We got a lot of guys that can play ball and a little bit different skill sets. You know, some more versatility, others more physicality. we have a pretty well-rounded group, which I wasn't sure. Year one, going to a 3-4, kind of where that was going to stack. I like the pieces we brought in the offseason, but there was a number of guys that were already here. Javon Solomon, Dre, right? Guys like that were here that this fits them. It fits them well. So overall, I think that is one of the deepest positions we have. That's going to be one of the hardest decisions once it comes time to really putting this roster together.
Jim Leonard. Might not be long for the Bills. Definite head coach candidate. The second he has a great defense. Maybe that's not this coming off season because we'll see where the Bills actually finish. Practice ongoing. Long touchdown from Josh Allen to Dante Pettis is the last thing that I saw from the field, and we'll keep checking in throughout the day here, or the morning as it continues to go on. Ty Johnson, by the way, also not on the field. He's kind of been updating the injury report here and there. So basically who we have not practicing at this point, the full list: Keon Coleman, Khalil Shakir, Skylar Bell, Ty Johnson, Connor McGovern, Ed Oliver, C.J. Gardner-Johnson, and Jalen Kilgore. And a lot of those are new. Might not even be bad injuries. They could be rest days. Maybe that's Oliver. There was no reported injury about him. So I don't know how. Maybe Kilgore could be that too, although he was seen with a sleeve on his leg. So some of these could be rest as well. Yesterday, a couple other things outside of the NFL. The baseball wildcard race tightened up even more. It is the worst, best playoff race ever because you have, I think it's 5 teams all within 6 teams within one game of each other, all that are below 500. At least 3 games below 500. The Blue Jays, I'd kind of checked out on their season because I'm absolutely a self-admitted fair weather fan for them. And I was into it last year. This year, they were bad for whatever reason. They had injuries, pitching, whatever. So they're kind of fading away, and I'm not really paying as much attention. And then I look up, and they're 60 and 65, and they're a game out. It's just a weird year, I guess, for that. We talked earlier about the Lakers are having a legal battle that's coming between all the siblings fighting for whether they should sell the team or not. And the other thing, I guess, back in the NFL here that happened yesterday, the Colts signed Keenan Allen. And quick Colts/fantasy point, you do not want to be in a place, I think, on August 18th where you are signing Keenan Allen to a 1-year, $8 million deal. Not at this stage of his career. And for fantasy, it's a nightmare because he is like a fantasy parasite that is just sucking up all the points and the targets from other players that you want to see be involved. Last year that happened with the Chargers. Keenan Allen, do you guys know what his season was? In your minds, how good he was? He was there, right?
He's always there.
But was he good?
No.
No, right? Do you know how many targets Keenan Allen had in L.A. last year? How many do you think?
If I'm answering without the context of where you're taking this conversation, probably 60.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is that what you would have been around?
50 to 70, somewhere in that range, sure.
50 to 70. I would have thought the same thing the way his season went.
Yeah.
The final number on his season was 122.
What? Are you kidding me?
He had 122 targets in LA at 33 years old.
That is crazy.
How many receptions on those targets?
He had 81.
And that's
for
with
777 yards.
Taking passes away from Ladd McConkey.
Right.
What?
So the Chargers
Don't
had
draft Josh Downs.
I think, pretty fun young receiving group last year. It wasn't amazing, but McConkey is great. Johnston is pretty good, and they drafted Trey Harris in the second round. All right, it's a good young receiver group. All right, let's add Keenan Allen to the mix. Just siphons everything away. He has 122, leads the team.
Mm-hmm.
More targets than Ladd McConkey did. And now he goes to the Colts, who I would say similar to the Chargers. They've got a couple pieces that I think are fun and young. Alec Pierce and Josh Downs are number 1 and number 2. Maybe that's the only ones because they have Tyler Warren as well. But, okay, Pierce is dealing with an injury. So does it make sense that you would add a veteran receiver? Sure, it does. This one just could not be more of a polar opposite fill-in for the guy who's injured.
Right.
Because now what you're going to have with the Colts, and this is why this is going to become a fantasy nightmare, is I've got a great tight end in Warren. Where do tight ends typically run? Around the middle of the field?
Yes.
Right. I've got Josh Downs, who has been a slot receiver only his entire career. They're talking about him like he can play on the outside, but he has not done it yet, and he has not done it well yet. Where do slot guys typically run? Middle of the field and underneath? Where does Alec Pierce run? 50 yards down the field?
Yeah, just downfield, yeah.
Speed? That's what you paid him for. What does Keenan Allen do? Short, slot, middle of the field? I don't get why that was the ad. If I were a Colts fan, I would not be happy with this. Like, it's just the opposite type of receiver that you needed to add. And what am I trying to do if I'm the Colts? I don't even have a first-round pick this year. I traded it for Sauce Gardner. I'm trying to win. And I'm fighting with giants around the conference. Allen and Drake May now, and Mahomes and Burrow and Lamar. And in my own division now, I've got a hot-looking Jaguars team. I've got a Texans team that has the best defense in the league, probably the best unit in the AFC. And I'm coming back in with Daniel Jones, who looked great, but now I've got to deal with him off a major injury, and I'm providing him with some pretty subpar options to throw the ball to. And I just would be pretty nervous if I were a Colts fan for the year that is ahead, because it could go well. I'm not eliminating that as a possibility. They were a good team last year, really good, before Jones went down. I mean, they had that crazy record at the beginning of the season.
Right.
But I'm going into the year with a quarterback that was bad for 7 years, good for half a year. A pretty bad group of weapons around him. Good run game. I've got that.
Right. Taylor in the line is legit.
And I've got a fine defense.
Yes.
But not as good as the one down south in Texas and Houston.
No way.
No.
And I don't have my first-round pick if things don't go well.
Yeah.
That's scary.
It's not a great place to be.
That is, I am terrified if I am a Colts fan heading into the season. Because if it all blows up, man, imagine this is the year also where that happens. Maybe Jones even gets like another injury. That could happen. And your season goes up in smoke, and you end up giving away. I should check. Is there a condition on that pick they gave away? I don't think there is.
I don't remember there being one, but I could be wrong about that.
If you give away a draft pick that's high, that ends up being a franchise quarterback, or Arch Manning, or I mean, there's a lot. It could be Dante Moore. There's a lot of guys. Ooh, I would be afraid. No one should be more afraid today in the NFL, I think, than a Colts fan.
I don't know that I have another team that would be on that list.
No, because if you're a Cardinals fan or a Dolphins fan, like you know what you're heading into.
Exactly.
This is going to be bad.
You're putting your head down, weathering the storm already. Yeah, that's that.
Going to be at the bottom. We'll draft a quarterback in a year, and we'll go from there.
Mm-hmm.
Like you know what the plan is. You know what's ahead. Even Cleveland. I don't know how you could be optimistic as a Cleveland fan at this point. Like, they've been a quarterback. Mina Kimes said yesterday they're a quarterback away. They've been a quarterback away almost every year for their entire existence.
Right.
Yeah.
But I guess I could work my way back to the same thing there. Like, okay, if I'm really, truly terrible, great quarterback class, I'm going to be at the top. Like, any bad team heading into this year, you have that. You have that little hope, even if it's not a lock solid thing. because quarterback evaluation is tough and whatever. Not all of them are going to be great. But I got that light at the end of the tunnel that is, if I'm bad this year, well, at least I'm going to be bad in a year where there's a bunch of great quarterbacks coming in. And if I'm the Colts, I don't have that.
Yeah,
I don't have it. And that's tough.
That's the Sabres, the tank year, if they tanked and didn't have a first-round pick to draft Connor McDavid.
That was the Islanders.
Yes.
Wasn't it?
I think that's right.
Didn't the Sabres have the
They had
Islanders
the
pick?
Islanders pick.
Because I remember, I did not
year?
work here yet, but I remember listening to Howard and Jeremy in the morning, and the hypothetical of if the Islanders were the worst team in the league, and there was a chance that you could get Eichel and McDavid because you had the Islanders pick. I think I have that right.
I'm looking right
Isn't
now.
that right? I'm 90% sure that that's what happened. They had the Islanders draft pick from something, and I don't remember it being like lottery protected. Yeah, 2015.
21st overall. They got it from the Islanders in the Vanek trade, apparently.
See, somehow the Islanders ended up with 2 first-round picks, but that must have been with other things.
I think they might have, yeah.
All right.
They traded that pick for Leonard. They traded the pick away for Leonard.
Okay.
That's what I'm reading here.
The pick they sent to the Senators was originally from the Islanders?
I believe so.
Yeah, that tracks. But, by the way, who has the Colts pick? The Jets. The Jets have 3 first-round picks heading into this year. They, will they be just good enough to not be picking like in the top 3, 5? Aren't they going to win like 7 games this year? Am I giving them too much credit? 6, 7 games? Like, I think there'll be a couple 1-2 win teams this year, or 3 win teams. Like, that'll be Arizona and maybe Miami. I got the Jets just a couple more wins more than that.
The offense could be nice. Hall's groin injury is throwing a wrench in that early here, but we'll see how serious that is. I have a hard time thinking that Aaron Glenn's going to win any more than like 5 games.
Yep.
There's no way. There's no way he will.
But there are things to like about the team. So, like, I don't know that I need to be that quick to dismiss it.
I think almost any other team that could be bad, like right at the top of the draft, doesn't have a quarterback decision to make that would be difficult. Like, sometimes you'll get that, right, where a team, like, remember the Cardinals with Josh Rosen?
Yeah.
Right. Like, 1 year in. Do we give up on this after 1 year? And some teams will, like Justin Fields was in Chicago, and they decided we don't need Bryce Young. We're gonna go with Fields for another year, see how it goes. That worked out for them. Arizona, no quarterback decision at all to make. You'll just draft the guy. Miami, you'll draft the guy. I know they paid Willis, but they'll draft the guy. Cleveland will draft the guy. Tennessee would draft the guy, right? 2 years, if it's not working with Cam Ward, you can move off that.
100%.
The only team I see that would really have a tough decision to make would be the Raiders.
Mendoza.
What if the Raiders are, and I don't think same thing, they would pick first, but, you know, they could. If they were horrible this year, and it's Arch Manning at 1, what do they do?
I would think, how much is Mendoza playing in this scenario? Is this he's in week 4 and loses the rest of the year?
Yeah, I would say so.
If he's in late enough, then you don't get to we need a new guy because you just picked a guy first overall.
Right.
You're not going to draft another guy third if you just picked the guy first overall and he played 5 games for you.
Right.
That's a really bad job with your assets if you're doing that. If you're planning on drafting a guy, you wouldn't have, like, you're going to play Mendoza now.
Right. You would have seen enough of him, you would hope, to make a call on
decision. You should be thinking about that now if you're them.
I think it's also, you would expect if you're last and he played a lot, it probably didn't go that well.
Right, it probably wasn't great.
And you're just drafting the guy. When we come back, Extendo Sports, more updates from training camp practice, couple plays we've missed in the last few minutes that we'll update you on, and then we'll get you off to the Extra Point Show. That's coming up here on WGR.
100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 1
All right, practice ongoing. Some good pass breakups I'm seeing here. Davison Igbinosun had one. Christian Benford had one. Sam Franklin had one. So that's all going on right now. Also, we have some tickets to give away. Caller 5 right now, 716-221-4WGR. 4 tickets for you and your friends to the Country Rising Festival at Outer Harbor Terminal B on Friday, August 28th. Featuring Big X The Plug, Red Farron, and more. Be part of the biggest country moment coming to Buffalo this summer. Little Twitter back and forth based on, or kind of branched off of our Diggs versus Andre Reed discussion earlier about Diggs in the Hall of Fame. Will he be the next Bill to get in? And Colin tweeted in, I think it's unlikely his Pro Football Reference Hall of Fame monitor's only 63, which is 52nd among receivers. Wow. Here would be my argument. He's definitely not in right now. Could he get in? He's not that far away from me thinking he's a definite in, and it's going to come down to how high does he climb the all-time receiving list.
Right.
Because at the moment, he's 38th all-time at 11,500. How many more yards do you think Diggs gets in his career? Would be a good number for him.
I would not be surprised if he passes 1,000 this year.
Okay,
so
I agree with that.
Give me another. He probably plays another year or two after this.
He's 32.
I'll give him 2 years after this, 1,000 this year.
Okay,
1,700 more yards in his career.
In his career
total, because he'll. The next year will be, lower, okay. And I don't see him having,
okay,
2 more really good years after this one.
If he got to 1,700 more yards, that would put him 18th all time. Funny enough, you one spot ahead of Andre Reed all time.
There we go.
That's in line with like DeAndre Hopkins.
That's in.
And Torrey Holt.
I think that should be in.
That's probably that's a fight though. That's like a debate.
Yeah,
maybe
top 20 all time is a good notch in the belt.
Here's what to me makes him a shoo-in. If he can find his way, hang around for maybe he's got to hang around for 4 years. He gets a 1,000-yard season, then a 700-yard season, then a 500-yard season. And like we start whittling it down like that, and he can hang around for like 4 years. If Diggs can get to 2,800 more yards in his career, he's top 10 in NFL history.
And
then you're in.
To me, that sounds like a lot to ask.
2,800
to get that number.
I don't know. He'd have to play 1,000-yard season this year or last year.
He'd probably have to play till he's like 35, 36.
He'd play 3 more seasons.
I don't see him doing that though. You see Diggs like.
I didn't see him having a 1,000-yard season.
I think as soon as he's not a guy that can get 1,000 yards, he's gonna be like, I'm done. Get me out of here.
Ooh, maybe he's one of those competitive psycho guys.
Yeah, but I think to the point where if he knows I'm not that good anymore, he's gonna be like, I'm not gonna play.
Yeah, maybe.
I guess.
I'm out. I'm not going to come show up for 600 yards and 2 touchdowns and be a bro. He wants to be the guy.
He is still saying he thinks he's the best number 2 receiver in football.
Right.
But that's what in 3 years he might say, I'm the best number 3 receiver in football.
Maybe.
I didn't think he was going to have 1,000 yards after he tore his ACL, and then he just went off.
I didn't either. I agree. I shouldn't doubt it. Again, I'm sounding like a Diggs hater today because I think he's not better than Andre Reed and whatever, but I love Diggs.
All right. This was Extendo Sports. Next up, the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show. More updates from practice and more coming up here on WGR.